All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay and to our council meeting of Monday, May 5th, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock per my computer versus the clock on the wall that seems to think it's 9:05. And I'd like to change up my land acknowledgement a little bit. I think our land acknowledgements are extremely important for numerous reasons, not the least of which is because they acknowledge the land that we are on and the great importance of the land. Also, the First Nations and how they've been here for many thousands of years before we were. And quite frankly, we're far better stewards of the land than many settlers. But I think it's also important to recognize that today is Red Shirt Day. Today is a day that we acknowledge the murdered and missing Indigenous women across our lands. Today is a day that we try to respect how, I can't use some of the language I'd like to use, the behavior of some people towards other members of our human race. And I just think it's so disgusting that this behavior continues in this day, that that Indigenous women go missing and often end up being found murdered. And I think it's extremely important that we acknowledge that and that do whatever we can to address that situation. I also want to acknowledge, and this is a little bit more personal, but many of our Europeans are celebrating VE Day or Victory Day. I happen to have a Dutch father, and I'm very conscious that in the Netherlands, May 4th is their Remembrance Day. That's their equivalent of our, call it November 11th, and in which they acknowledge all those that died in the world wars, and especially the Canadians, because there was the Canadians, which included, by the way, numerous Indigenous members that were part of that freed the Dutch 80 years ago. May 5th, they consider Liberation Day. They have an interesting pattern in which they acknowledge Remembrance Day every year and Liberation Day every 5 years. And this is the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. And for me, it's very personal. If I start telling you some of my stories and what I've learned over there, I'll just tear up and be useless for the next few minutes. So I won't do that. But I think that's, to me, it's similar to the land acknowledgement in that I think we all need to understand and acknowledge the history and how we got here, and quite frankly, how fortunate we are. We take so much for granted. We have the luxury of taking so much for granted because of those who have worked so hard and in too many cases lost their lives trying to better the world for us. And I just think it's important that we acknowledge that and reflect on that actually on a daily basis as we go forward. Thank you. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? I'm not seeing anybody, and it's quite nice to have everybody here in person. I appreciate that. As much as I think the convenience of hybrid meetings is wonderful, I also enjoy the fact when we can all actually be together in person. And we start our agenda this morning with a deputation on our audited year-end results. And I'm presuming that that deputation will be made remotely. And according to my notes, it'll be Rebecca MacDonald, associate partner, audit and insurance with Pahapill and associate chartered accountants. Miss MacDonald, I'm going to hand it over to you as soon as I see you there.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just going to share my screen so that we can go through these here. So these are your financial statements for December 31st, 2024. So we're going to start again with the management's responsibility paragraph. This is new last year, so it will continue to go forward. It's just an acknowledgement that management is responsible for the financial statements in accordance with public sector accounting standards. So we'll get Greg and Jazz to sign off on those again this year. So the next page is our independent auditor's report. So this is the results of the financial statements. So it starts off with our opinion. So the ending results, we have audited the consolidated financial statements for the corporation of the township of Georgian Bay, which comprise the consolidated statement of financial position as at December 31st, 2024, the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus, the consolidated statement of remeasurement gains and losses, the consolidated change in net financial assets, and cash flows, as well as notes and policies. So in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position as at December 31st, 2024, the results of its operations and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So again, it's another clean audit opinion. Nothing has come to our attention that would make us believe that these are materially misstated. So there is another emphasis of matter paragraph that's just kind of to bring to your attention that in note 2 is a little bit more information on that. So there are some new standards effective again this year that have been adopted by the municipality that are effective for 2024. The biggest is the revenue standard. So I'll flip to that in a second here. So then the next paragraph down is management's responsibility. So management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. Those charged with governance, so the board, council, are responsible for overseeing the financial reporting process. And then our auditor's objective is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether these financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and then to issue this auditor's report that includes our opinion on these financial statements. So again, clean audit opinion again this year, so nothing has come to our attention. So then I'm going to go down a couple pages. This is the consolidated statement of financial position. So this is just a snapshot at a point in time. So as of December 31st, these are the figures. So if under financial assets, we have cash and cash equivalents of about $6 million, and then restricted cash of about 1.7. These are set aside for the obligatory reserve funds. It relates to note 5. I'll flip to a few of these notes here in a second. They just provide a little bit more detail and breakdown on these numbers. Taxes receivable of 1.9 as of December 31st. Other receivables, so these are trade receivables, HST rebates of about 1.2. The next item is your portfolio investments. This is at fair value, so market value is about 6.4 million as of December 31st. And then the land held for resale of 51,000, which is unchanged from the prior year. And then under liabilities, we have accounts payable and accrued liabilities. This is trade payables. There was a couple payroll periods that straddled the year end. So the payroll accrued liability was a little bit higher this year than has been in the past. So just over $2 million of payables and accrued liabilities. Tax revenue received in advance. These are your prepaid taxes, 216,000. Deferred revenue of just over 2 million. I'm going to flip to note 5 to give you some more detail on that. And then long-term liabilities is note 7. The decrease on that one is just your principal repayments. So I'm going to pause here for a second and flip to some of these notes. So first of all, note 2 is your change in accounting policy. So as of January 1st, 2024, the new standards that have been adopted, the biggest one is the PS 3400, which is your revenues. It separates revenues from transactions with performance obligations, known as exchange transactions, versus transactions without performance obligations. And these were adopted prospectively from the date of adoption, so there's no restatement of prior period amounts. And under this new standard, the revenue is deferred when a performance obligation exists as of year end, and it's recognized when the performance obligation is satisfied. So the effect on your particular financial statements, as of December 31st, there was about 156,000 of building permit revenues that have been moved to deferred revenue as the performance obligation has not yet been met. And prior to January 1st, 2024, this amount would have been included in revenue. So that's the change from that standard this year. Now we're going to skip down to note 5. These are your deferred revenues as well as the restricted cash amount. So the first chart there is the continuity of transactions within these obligatory reserve funds. So it just shows the balance beginning of year, 1.7, contributions received of 759,000. There's some interest earned as well as 487 that was recognized as revenue during the year. The biggest change to that is you'll see now a building permit amount in there that was added for the value as of year end. And then the bottom part there is the obligatory reserve funds are supported by about 1.7 million of restricted cash. Note 6 are your portfolio investments. So it shows about 6.4 million of market value of the one investment program funds. The cost value as of December 31st is also there, so just over 6 million. And then next page, the last paragraph there just says all equity investments are held at fair value. So that market value, which reflects an overall increase of 358,000. That is the unrealized gain. And they are presented in the statement of remeasurement gains and losses. So that was new last year, that all portfolio investments have to be recorded at market value, not cost. And then the unrealized amount gets put in its own little separate schedule. Note 7 are your long-term liabilities. There was no new debt this year, so the decrease is just the principal repayment amounts. I'm going to go back up to the statement of financial position. So the next section is the non-financial assets. So you have tangible capital assets of just over 21 million. Inventory held for consumption, that is sand, salt, asphalt, fuel, everything that's held. And then prepaid expenses is primarily prepaid insurance of 420,000. So I'm going to flip to Schedule 1, which is your assets. So this just shows the continuity of the different types of assets, total additions for the year of $5.2 million. In that, there's about 1.8 million of donated assets that's included in there. There's also about 310,000 of vehicle additions during the year, another 1.6 million of other transportation infrastructure that was added, the roof replacement on the library, and then there were some vehicles that were disposed of and replaced. So there was snow plows, vehicles, and a little bit of equipment as well. And then total amortization for the year of $1.8 million. So what we like to see is that the additions are at least equal to your amortization, which means that your assets are being replaced as they're being used up or amortized. So in this case, without the donated assets, there were about 3.4 million of additions. So you're more than covered for your amortization being used. So back up to the statement of financial position. So the last little section there is just the continuity of what the accumulated surplus consists of. So surplus from operations of 33.3 million, and then the accumulated remeasurement gains, which is your unrealized gain on the portfolio investments. So the next schedule is your consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So as of December 31st, 2024, for the year, we have total revenues of $16.2 million. It's an increase of about 3.8 million over budget. It's primarily due to that miscellaneous income. So there's easement revenue in there, as well as the 1.8 million of contributed assets. So I'm just going to flip to note 12 for a second. So this just breaks out what the miscellaneous revenue is. So you can see there's contributed assets in there. There's easement revenue in there, as well as donations, 130,000 of gain on sale of assets, as well as penalties and interest on taxes. So it just breaks it out kind of what that miscellaneous revenue is. And I just wanted to point it out just because it sticks out a lot this year more than it has in the past. So also increase is about $1 million increase of investment income over budget. That's the increase in interest as well as investment revenue earned. You also have property taxes of 8.2 million, and then user fees was just over 2. And then total expenses for the year of 13.2 million. It's an increase of about 1.3 million over budget. It's primarily operations and planning is where that change is from. So you get a consolidated annual surplus as of the end of the year, just over $3 million. When we add that to the beginning of the year, you end up with a accumulated surplus of $33.3 million. I'm going to flip to Schedule 2, which is the last page. This just breaks down what your surplus is and how it's segregated. So total reserves of $12.8 million. You have capital outlay financed by long-term liabilities. This is the amount of the long-term debt. Then you have an amount invested in tangible capital assets of 21.8 million. The general operating surplus of 425,000, and then the accumulated remeasurement gain, which is the gain on the portfolio investments, is also that last line there of 358,000. So then the next page is this new schedule, new last year, schedule of remeasurement gains and losses. This just shows the change in the portfolio investments. That's the only thing that's recorded on this schedule here. So it's just reconciling the opening number, the change for the year, and then the ending accumulated remeasurement gain. So the unrealized gain for the portfolio investment as of December 31st. This is adjusted every year to reflect the unrealized amount for the end of the year. And then these next two schedules, the change in net financial assets are just reconciling the opening to closing net financial assets, as well as the change in the cash for the year. So I'm not going to point out too much on those. And then starting on page 9 to page 12, these are your accounting policies. So again, we review these every year for relevance and consistency to the municipality. There was nothing new added this year. So overall, clean audit opinion. There was no significant difficulties during the audit. There was no significant deficiencies identified in internal controls. Otherwise, we would have pointed those out in our audit findings letter. So nothing's come to our attention. Another clean audit opinion, another year ago.
Well, thank you very much for that. Always appreciate getting a clean report on something as important as our audit. Council, I'm wondering if you have any questions for our auditor with regards to these statements. Of course, later on in our agenda, we'll be discussing this with staff, but if you have any questions for our auditor, now is the perfect opportunity. I think you're getting off scot-free on the questioning part of things. So, Ms. MacDonald, thank you very much for all your work. And I'm sure if something comes up later in our conversations that involve you, you will hear about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. according to my agenda, that leads into our consent agenda. And you have a whole bundle of potential motions, but obviously the initial motion is be it resolved the council adopts the consent agenda of May 5th, 2025. And of course, I look for hands up before we do that. And Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'd like to pull items 6F, G, and I as an igloo, please.
F being Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee,
Correct.
G being Municipal Grants, and I being Monthly Department Highlights?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Predko, is that your hand?
I just have a comment for number I as well when we get to that.
Okay. Councillor Cooper.
I had written down item G, so I'm glad to see that it's been pulled. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's start the discussions. Councillor Graziano, item F, Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee. You have a question with regard to that, please.
I do, thank you. And it's specific to SCAG 2025-002. The recommendation that Sustainable Community Advisory Group recommend to council for staff to investigate options of social services such as addiction, mental health, housing, to meet the needs of the community. And I wonder whether there's some redundancy here in the past motion specific to healthcare within our community and the impacts that this may have on staff's work plan, given that we've heard in the last council meeting that staff has very limited availability to support initiatives within the community. So I'm just curious to know whether this is redundant and what impacts it will have on the work plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Graziano through the mayor. We just really wanted to capture in this resolution the holistic perspective of sustainability and not just landing on the environment and the economy. So we broad brushstroked a lot of issues that we can touch on, and thus the motion. And I apologize, I can't figure out my camera.
Sorry, follow up on that if I may.
Sure.
I wasn't sure if she was finished with regards to technical difficulties or not. And so again, the question from my perspective is, will this have an impact on staff's time?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Graziano, the problem is that it already has an impact on staff time in that our staff are being forced into this role and not qualified. So we're looking for resources to support that.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. It's just as a further explanation as to this motion and the discussion and the agenda item at the SCAG meeting was to do with the food bank and staff being in a position to deal with community members and not being able to have the tools necessary to deal with people who have addiction and mental health issues. And so part of this was how do we both help support the staff in dealing with people with that, as well as continuing to try to find solutions to the root causes. But I think primarily it was just trying to raise awareness that this is an issue that staff is trying to deal with regards to the food bank and with the front counter here in the office. Thank you.
And I think it's significantly important to acknowledge that these particular health or social service challenges should be in the bailiwick of district, and that I think part of the initiative here is to remind a district that we exist and that we have some residents who require the services that they have been mandated to provide to the residents of the district. Hopefully I've captured that.
Thank you, Your Worship. This actually is coming up again a little later in the agenda if you want to take a deep dive yourself and Councillor Graziano about this as well.
Your Worship, if I can make a recommendation, can we pull this then and revisit this at later in the conversation? because I am curious to know if there was redundancies in what had my previous motion seeking healthcare support in our communities, and I'd like to better understand this. Thank you. Or maybe we
We're
can
going to pull item 7A.
we can discuss this further offline.
Through your worship, we don't have to go offline. We literally have a report a little later in staff reports that we can make reference to.
That is. Okay, yeah, so item 10F, food bank update, it'll be it's part of that. So, okay, we'll pull it from the consent agenda and include it in our discussions then. Okay. Was that, oh, you got 6F? I thought it was, oh, I apologize. Oh, it's 7A of, these things are reported. These things are repeated, but yeah, and I should have, yes, I apologize. 6F, yes. Okay. Any other discussions on Sustainable Community Advisory? Councillor Jarvis.
My question ties in with all this, just a matter of process. As a result of the recommendation from this committee, is the food bank report that we're getting later on in the program as a result of this recommendation? I just want to know how the process works.
Through your worship, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Jarvis, that's exactly what happened. It was such a highlighted point during the Sustainable Community Advisory Group that the CAO suggested we bring it forward to this agenda so we can move forward on it expeditiously.
Which then begs the question, actually, whether we have to pull it. Because
Exactly.
basically the item is saying recommend to council for staff to investigate options.
I did,
My point.
your worship, I did make reference to that report in the next report. So it actually is an addendum to that. And so you can,
We're going to let our clerk
okay.
decide.
Sorry, just to explain the order of things as they've taken place, because there seems to be some confusion. There was a staff report on the last SCAG agenda regarding an update for the food banks. That staff report led to the recommendation that's being discussed now, which then in turn led to the staff report that is listed later on in the agenda. So the catalyst of this was a staff report, if that's helpful.
Well, and what I'm thinking about this particular item is that if we were to approve this particular item, then we were approving that the SCAG, they recommend that council for staff to investigate options. Well, if the staff have already investigated options, in a sense, this has been satisfied, and council will be discussing that. So whether we pull it or not is almost not relevant. Redundant, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, and your worship, to clarify to Councillor Graziano, that exact report is referenced in the initial report, so you could speak about it as well if you wanted to then.
If I may, Your Worship. And I'm sorry, I'm a little perplexed as to how we can have before council a request for staff to investigate something that they've already investigated. And so perhaps someone can share light as to how we are.
Through you, Your Worship, the request still remains. We haven't investigated. We're now bringing it forward to you in an expedited fashion to ask you if we can go ahead and investigate it.
Understood. So my earlier comments stand then with respect to concerns on staff time, and if there's any redundancies, I'd like to be able to understand based on the previous report that that staff had brought forward on the motion that I moved around healthcare. Thank you. And whether this is really a district issue.
All right. Do you still want that item pulled, knowing that we're going to be discussing it later anyway? I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, from my mind.
I'd like to, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Just
let's
to keep it
yep.
clean.
Yep, not a problem. So next on the list was G, which is the municipal grants. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And in reviewing the report, I do see that there have been some applications that I personally feel are justified with regards to the requests that they have asked for. And I wonder whether staff can revisit the requests and the amounts requested for the reasons behind the requests. So if I were to look at the MacTier Figure Skating Club, You know, I think that with the increase in user fees that they've seen this year, that their request is justified personally. Again, I'll defer to staff. And on the allocation, this is a recommendation. So what I'm seeing in here in blue is a recommended for 2025. So I assume that it's not a fait accompli, rather that they're seeking some input from us, hence my comments. And then secondly, with Canoe for Cancer, I know that Canoe for Cancer has been ongoing now for quite some time, and they've not come to council in the past for any funding. But this year they are, and they have requested $500 and are being suggested that they receive $345. So I'm wondering if we can revisit some of these. I feel that some of them are weighted a little bit more strongly than perhaps others, based on the explanation that's given here. So my thoughts are, if that's the case, perhaps we can open up a dialogue. So over to staff. Thank you.
Dr. Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and through you to Councillor Graziano. Just based on the eligibility criteria, it is a first come, first serve grant in terms of how it's allocated. So we looked at everyone who met the eligibility criteria, and we tried to ensure everyone received an equal amount of funds to ensure that it was a fair process. I do believe we've already sent out emails to the recipients, as I believe this is more along, I believe we were delegated the authority, staff was delegated the authority to allocate the funds to ensure that we did so based on the policy. I do believe we have allocated them fairly in ensuring that everyone did receive approximately 70% of the total 10,000 that is available. If council wishes to add additional funds to what we see here, there are, I believe, some additional funds in the larger grants policy that are still remaining that were not fully allocated during the budget process. Thank you.
Follow-up question, Your Worship. And thank you. So the question on that, is a motion required in order to request the additional funds then, or is this something that we can address directly with staff on a one-on-one basis? What are your thoughts? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, I do believe that that would require a resolution from council and a motion from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on item G, municipal grants? Councillor Cooper. Okay, Councillor Cooper. I'm getting confused between electronic and physical hands. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. And so the reason I asked to have this pulled is that when I looked through the policy and the list, I had a couple of comments. In fact, I sent some comments out, I think, on the weekend, that there's two areas that I have a concern. One is that the criteria that are being applied to the various organizations are not necessarily consistent with the magnitude or the size of what is being done here. And I'm sorry to keep referencing my own community, but Cognoscine Association has a 8-week recreation program that's very expensive. It's somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000 a year. Some of it's covered off by the fees that are charged to the children that go to this event, but anybody's allowed to attend and be a member of this program. And but the support is, relative to the cost, is pretty low. On the other hand, a one-day event like a regatta, so if you get $1,000 or $1,050 for an 8-week program, and a one-day program you get $500, that also seems to me a little bit out of line. So what is that? And by the way, this community I was referring to, Cognoscine, also has a regatta, so wouldn't it qualify for both the rec program and the regatta? And I can see that some other communities, in fact, with their recreation program, like the Simcoe Muskoka YMCA Camp Kitchkawana event, which is really an event that's servicing the Honey Harbor community, they also are receiving funds in that community elsewhere. So I think this is inconsistent. And so what I do know that in the past, what we did have was an amount that applied to one-day events and then another amount that applied to a larger program. I'm suggesting that maybe we look at those amounts and apply them to the magnitude or size of the program so that we have some consistency. Create some very simple criteria. Maybe there's 3 or 4 criteria, or 3 or 4 categories, I should say. And we may also need to, I think, look at the total amount that's available. It strikes me it's been at the 10,000 amount for quite some time. And I think it might make some sense to examine that and perhaps increase it to 15,000 or something along those lines, so that some of the bigger programs in particular are supported a little bit better. So that's some feedback from me, but really from my community, the communities that have big programs. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. Through you to Councillor Cooper. The idea of the small grants policy is to provide a modest amount of funding. It's not meant to be sustainable for them. It's meant to help them get off the ground or help in times of need. If we're looking at larger amounts, I would recommend having them apply to council for the larger set of grants of 65,000, which is applied for during budget time. The 10,000 allocation, I believe, was increased just a few years ago. Prior to that, it was only 5,000. So I do believe this source of funding is maxed out it's only meant for a modest level of funding. And the idea was to allocate it fairly in terms of a first come, first served basis. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but my comments haven't changed, which is I think we need to be consistent, relevant to the size of the program versus a broad brush saying everybody gets the same amount of money. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I think that what we have here is communities receiving funds and a belief that we are being fair. But I think what Councillor Cooper has suggested here is that where somebody has a one-day event, how can that compete, if you will, in fairness to an organization that is running an 8-week event? And I think if that is the case, and what I see here seems to reflect that, I think we need to revisit our practice here and maybe come up with a policy that suggests that if somebody is looking for a one-day event, that they have a cap at some number. If they're running an all year, like an 8-week event, that they have a cap or a target amount at a very different number. But I don't see that fairness coming up through the list that we are looking at. So I think that's something we should be not changing today, but I think we should be spending some time to come up with something that the optics appear to be a bit more fair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, if we look at the history of this giving of, call them small grants to various organizations in our township, once upon a time, it was I'll call it the equivalent of the recreation money spent, and saying that some of that recreation money should be shared with the various cottage associations because they were also providing recreation in our community. And my recollection is we had a policy, if they were offering a day camp for the summer, they could get up to $1,000, and if they're offering a single event, they could get up to $500. But then we found ourselves getting into a greater variety of people asking for money that was outside, I'll call it recreation, physical asset replacement and things like that. And it was also getting very time consuming for council to approve these grants, especially when various people had to step aside and say, well, they can't participate in this one, and then could they participate in the other? Because it became a complicated mess. And so we handed it over to staff, But I think what we failed to do in hindsight, so I'm not being critical how we got here, but I think in hindsight, we realized that we didn't create a policy or guideline of intentions for staff to use as a tool as they determined their amount. And I don't want to be unfair to any of the requests that you received. But when you determine that they all got 70% of what they asked, then unfortunately, that means you're basically saying every single request was as valuable as any other request, regardless of whether they asked for $500, $1,000, or $1,500. And perfectly logical, but not necessarily, I think, reflecting what many councillors had thought was going to happen based on history, which means, in my mind, and I'm following up on Councillor Hazelton here, I think maybe we should have a discussion sometime down the road this year about the values or the relative importance or whatever you want to call it to guide staff making these decisions in the future. Councillor Cooper.
You've raised some very good points there, and I'd be delighted if we had that conversation, but I'd just like to add that maybe one of the things that we can do is put events or recreation programs in one pot. And if you need capital funding for other things, that should be in a different pot. They're apples and oranges. So that could be one thing that we could discuss, is how would we deal with those capital projects versus the event that we have in our communities. That's just a little suggestion. Thank you.
Well, and I think I think staff is hearing us that we should probably have some discussion on criteria going forward. CO Mariotti.
Yeah, just to add to this, good morning, Council, that there is a second process. This here is very small funding, as Ms. Radigan said, just to start, one-off events. The 8-week summer program really could go at budget time to ask Council for a larger amount of funding to cater to the scope of the program that Councillor Cooper refers to. So certainly I would encourage the Cognizant Colleges Association to come to Council when it's budget time later this year and ask for a larger amount of funding. And other associations as well who have larger programs that may want more than a max of $1,500, and we know through the policy that the more people apply, then we prorata that amount.
My concern with that, before I go to Councillor Cooper, is we have to decide as a council, do we want to spend days, and literally days, going back and forth between, is this particular program worth more than that, especially given that almost every councillor will have a certain bias because we come from a certain area of the township. So I think we have to be careful, but I do think it's worthy of discussion as how do we allocate funds in 2026, that we have some discussion as to how can we, I'll call it streamline the process, but nonetheless achieve our goals. Councillor Cooper?
I'd just like to add that I would like to have that discussion, of course, but I just wanted to point out there's a community in my area that has a summer-long program. They don't even apply. They don't apply because they don't want to come cap in hand. They sort of say, we look after our community, we'll pay for our events and so forth. But that's unfortunate that's the feeling, that they feel for whatever reason they don't want to come cap in hand. So I'm just making it clear. Thank you.
All right. I think a good discussion. We'll obviously we'll have some follow-up on it sometime. In Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I would address this to our Treasury Department. There needs to be a distinction between, let's say, the funding for Canoe for Cancer and the funding for swimming lessons for a local cottage community. We have to set priorities, and I don't know how we do this in this process, but there is some events that are more important than other events, and they should take priority in funding. But I have no idea how to do it, so I'll leave it at that.
Director Radigan?
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. Through you to Councillor Bocek. There is an existing policy, and if council wishes, I'd be happy to bring that back to a committee of the whole meeting where we'd be happy to receive council input.
I think that'd be an excellent idea. All right, thank you. Anything else under municipal grants? So I think what we'll do, we'll leave that in the consent agenda at this point, and we'll look forward to further discussion for future years. Monthly department highlights. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. And I have three questions to staff with regards to this, and perhaps a comment as well. Under the operations department, and to us, our newest addition to the SMT team, it's been advised that there's a rough estimate of $100,000 anticipated for the winter storm cleanup based on the report that I'm seeing here. And I'm wondering if a report will come back to councils to the overall costs associated with that. So will we have more information, and will our constituency receive more information pertaining to what those costs entail?
Through you, Your Worship, we can come back with a report. As I've said in there, most of the costs are already covered within budget. It is salary that's already covered, equipment hours, everything along that line. The overall cost that will impact and be above and beyond is when we've had to bring in contractors, and we're still assessing those costs. So those are areas where we just haven't been able to access or reach. But I can certainly bring a report forward with the overall impact it has had to our operations.
Follow up, if I may, and perhaps it may be prudent only because I think from my perspective, I can't speak for the rest of council. This will help me better understand future what should be allocated for potentially emergency funds as well. If we're going to see these types of weather patterns continue to be perpetually ongoing, maybe, council as a whole should start to consider, at least a contingency fund for emergencies such as this. So better understanding the costs and the impacts to our municipality as well as to our ratepayers would be, I think, beneficial, at least, again, from my perspective. My next question pertains to short-term rentals, and specifically with regards to 136 active short-term rentals, with 106 being removed. And I'm curious to know if we've received any information as to why those 106 have self-selected out or been removed. Is there a percentage that the township has declined and hence the removal, or was it all self-selected out with respect to what we've known? So who perhaps could...
Through you, Your Worship, I see Councillor Graziano's looking at me, but it's actually bylaw.
Am I going left or right or which way? So
okay, and do we have Ms. King? Would you be able to respond to Councillor Graziano?
Perhaps we can table this for a later question. Then I'll ask offline. That's fine, and get a better understanding. And lastly, just for sake of transparency to our constituency, HR reported this, I guess, this past month that they've attended some workshops and webinars, and I'm wondering if we can better understand kind of the outcomes of what those webinars, were and the value they brought to the community. Again, just from optics perspective and wanting the community to understand where the value of their tax dollars is going. So I didn't see very much information around that, and I'm curious to know if that's something that we can see in future and perhaps a future report. Thank you.
For sure. Yep. Through the mayor.
That was a clear yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have any specific questions as to?
No, nothing specifically,
Okay.
just more so, if I'm questioned as to, why taxes are so high and where it's going and so on, and why we're endeavoring to do this, at least I can respond accordingly. So just more information around that as to, what was, the outcome and what were the costs to the community, or what was the value to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on monthly department highlight. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just a very couple of quick questions for our Director of Sustainability with regards to her report. I'm just wondering if there's any further information she's able to share about what the FedNor project is with regards to the community plan for MacTier. And if it's coming to council soon, I can wait until the report is ready.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Predko. This is an early stage application to FedNor. We have been invited to apply for a phase 1 application based on dialogue that the CAO and I had with our FedNor representatives. Now that we are in the north for the provincial as well, we compare it nicely with the NOHFC funding, and what we're looking for is to put forward an application to hire a consultant a little bit more fulsome than the $20,000 we set aside for the arena, and look at MacTier as a collective whole for specific components: Stewart Lake, the downtown, the arena, and Mrs. C Park, and be able to hire somebody who is third party and neutral to come in, meet with the community, do community consultation groups, really explore a theme, narrow down the intention, and then use that result to further apply for capital funding for FedNor. So it's sort of an all hands on deck type of approach to MacTier, and based on the dialogue that the Director of Operations having with the community, as well as what we saw at the ambulance meeting, and of course what happens at MAAC, it's relevant to take a good, strong stand at the community and figure out the whole thing. So we can't do that for $20,000. And so we have applied for additional funding, and we're going to be looking to FedNor for just under $40,000, and then a municipal contribution will be able to bring the project up to around $60,000. So that we can find somebody who really will engage with the community, as happened in 2009 and 2010.
Okay, go ahead, unless you. My second question.
I want you to finish, and then we're going to go to Councillor.
And then my second question is, my understanding is Lakeland Holdings had been planning to install 2 different charging stations in MacTier, and now we have just one level 3 at the library. Do you have any other details or timing on what is happening with those?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to Councillor Predko, we did meet with Lakeland on site. They have chosen their location for the level 3 charger that will be installed in 2026. And Lakeland applied for funding for the arena and the library, and they were not successful for the arena build out. We did ask if we could move the library charger over to the arena, but it was site specific for the application. So, and likely because of the Wi-Fi that's available, as well as the lighting that's available at that site. So it sticks firm that the level 3 charger will be installed just outside of the downtown area beside the library.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And with regards to the master plan, the MacTier master plan, again, if I may, I had a follow-up question. 2 things. With regards to timeline, I understand that we're applying for grants. Realistically speaking, what kind of timeline are we looking at receiving a response with regards to that, and then moving forward to actually, the procurement process whereby we identify consultants? So that's my initial question, number 1. Thank you.
Through your worship, to Councillor Graziano, our application is about to be submitted to FedNor, and we are asking for an August 1st start date for the project, which will give us turnaround time to go to phase 2, which is the next FedNor application process. That should probably happen by the end of May, which would allow us to hopefully go to procurement in June, come to council for resolution in July, and then be able to start the project in August. Now that's my wishful timeline. I'm at the mercy of FedNor to tell me what their timeline is, but we're having worked with them before with Honey Harbor pretty familiar. So we'll see whether or not that moves forward. If we are able to start the project on August 1st, then we'll be able to capture the seasonal residents and then be able to move into hybrid meetings as we trickle down into the fall to encourage those seasonal residents to catch in on Zoom as the project progresses.
So, and thank you for that. So just to clarify, we're looking at August of 2025, followed by into May of 2026. Well, I was confused there because we went from August to May, and so are we staying within 2025 or?
We're doing the FedNor phase 1 application as we speak. It will move to a phase 2 application, which we hope to be able to complete by the end of May 2025. When we get end of May 2025. Is this 2025? Yeah, this is 2025. Still 2025.
Okay.
As of this month, we will be applying for grants from FedNor and then pairing them with NOHFC. However, then because we're doing phase 1, we then get invited back to phase 2, and then phase 2 should take us to the end of May when we hear back from FedNor. We would then go through the full, fair, and transparent RFP process to choose the consultant, and then in June of 2025, and then we would come back to council hopefully in July to ratify that decision to start August 1st, 2025. We feel the project in terms of the consultation process should be over by January, February 2026, so that we can then try to move into capital applications as well as possibly pair it with our operations and finance team, so that maybe we could have some activity occurring as early as summer 2026. And that is ambitious. It's at the will of our federal government, but we're going to give it our wholesome try.
I do have a subsequent question, if I may. So, and thank you for clarifying that it's all staying within 2025, because I was trying to find the top, follow the bouncing ball, and perhaps I went beyond. But with that said, two questions arise. One is funding contingent for or through each phase being approved? So if we are approved for phase 1, we go on to phase 2, and if we are approved for phase 2, then the funding will otherwise be secured. And second question is there a way that we can proactively as council perhaps move a motion that will help release the funding in advance so you can start the initial consult phase and then recuperate the costs through the grant process? So is there a way that we can actually allocate that budget, allow you guys to move forward one way or the other, and see whether or not the funding comes from the feds, at which point we reimburse the purse, if that makes sense?
Through your worship, as FedNor works, as soon as the phase 1 is approved, that is our initial date. No, I apologize. As soon as phase 1 is approved and we get to phase 2 and phase 2 is approved, then that is the spending date. So once FedNor says that this application is moved forward to phase 2 and they like it, that date is the date that we can start spending money. So it would be at the will of council as to whether or not you decide to do a motion outside of the budget to pre-give it money, but there's no point in doing that right now because we don't know the date that FedNor is going to approve it. I will tell you this, we have had a preliminary meeting with FedNor and they invited us to phase 1 already. So that is a milestone to begin with. We're also going to have a FedNor representative at your next MAAC meeting so that he can get a feel for the community. They're very interested in this project. They're very interested in the community and the ideas that we have going forward. So you're going to start to see some momentum happen organically anyways, because FedNor is interested in coming to your first meeting just to see what the arena conversation is like as we move forward to the other 3 components.
And one final, if I may.
One comment.
Yes,
I think it's very important to note that most granting organizations are dead against retroactively funding things. And so that's why, whether it makes sense or not, because sometimes it absolutely has not made sense, but they don't like going backwards.
Fair. My final question, if I may, is through conversations in or regarding the ambulance station and MacTier, Chair Lehman has shown interest in supporting the community, and I wonder 2 things. One, can we invite him to the next MAAC meeting? and or a representative of the district? And two, is there any way that the district would be inclined to share some funding with regards to this program as well, and or this effort, hoping that they will at least try to chip in something along the lines to help support the community? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Graziano, Chairman Lehman has reached out to myself specifically and asked for a one-on-one meeting, and I will be discussing with him our intention with respect to economic development in the community of MacTier. I don't want to muddy the scope of what we're feeling this project is going to be with respect to adding in the ambulance piece. That is a healthcare issue, and FedNor does not fund that. So we have to be very specific about what we put in the application. So far, the waterfront, the downtown, the Mrs. C Park, the arena are all attractive to FedNor. As soon as we dip into healthcare and education, we would not be successful.
And sorry, if I may address a misconception, sorry, I didn't intend on conflating the two. It was more so whether the district would be prepared to join an MAAC meeting in the context of an ECDev approach, whether or not they wish to open up their purse to see if they can have some district dollars flow into MacTier from an economic development perspective, not necessarily just focused on the healthcare. To your point, that's a completely separate matter, but more so with regards to the support that it seems the district is interested in providing MacTier economically. So
thank you for the question, Graziano, through you, your worship. I think maybe if it's okay with you, they would be a stakeholder at the community consultations for the whole process. I think it would be premature to invite them when we don't even have funding. I think once we get this underway and the consultant is here, as we have with other communities, we've invited the district to come to here when there's actually tangible projects on the table. I can mention to Chair Lehman what our intentions are so that he's abreast of it when we have a conversation in the coming weeks. And if you're okay with you, I think we should table that until we get to the stakeholder piece. I will say one thing, Councillor Graziano, with respect to moving things forward as quickly as we can. We are able to go through the RFP process in advance of finding out about phase 2 funding, so we can have that in place to help us meet that August 1st deadline without jeopardizing any type of funding. It's not uncommon for us to do that as we're preparing for final applications. We did that through the GHG study, for example. We had our consultant ready before we had the final ink on the paper. So we can commit to that, Councillor Graziano, that we can do that piece for your community as well, Councillor Predko, to try to move it forward to meet that August 1st deadline.
Thank you, Missioner. And if you can, upon your next conversation with Chair Lehman, please extend an invite to our next MAAC meeting. So thank you.
All right. I've not seen any other hands at this point. So, moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the Council adopts consent agenda of May 5, 2025 as circulated, excluding item 6F. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Oops. All right. And then you can take that whole bundle. And next on our agenda is open forum. And I understand we might have some people interested in open forum. I see somebody smiling in the audience. You're interested in open forum? Come on forward, identify yourself, and you have 2 minutes to say your bit.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Sharon Hales. I'm the owner of Christie's Mill Inn and Spa here in Port Severn. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the MAT tax, which is on the agenda today. I know that there'll be further discussions. I have several questions, which I'm not sure if I have enough time to answer or ask them all right now. And they're probably could be answered later on in the agenda. So if I could know that, then I'll just keep my questions to later.
Please state your questions, and then we'll include them in our discussion if council is so inclined.
Okay.
Or the presenter at the time.
Okay. So I understand that the collection of the MAT tax will be through ORMA, which is the Ontario Hotel Restaurant Motel Association. I'm familiar with that. I'm a member. I'd like to know what percentage of that they are taking to manage that for the collection, and if they're using any of those funds towards tourism promotion as well, because they are a tourism organization. The balance of the money would be going to Explorers Edge and to the region or the township. Sorry, excuse me. Explorers Edge will be the recipient of, I believe, 50% of the funds. Has a plan of how to spend that money been started or implemented? RTO 12, which is Explorers Edge, is a huge area. It covers right from here to Algonquin Park. So it's outside of the township area. So is that money going to be allocated specifically towards tourism in our area? Has a committee of stakeholders been set up? As the largest accommodator in the township, I think it's important for me to have a voice, for Severn Lodge to have a voice. I know there's a lot of Airbnbs that want to have some communication as well. So I think that having that committee needs to happen sooner than later so that we can all have an input. If this passes through council, what is the timeline of it being implemented? We would need to have time to give our guests information, put up signage, explain to them where the money goes, because again, I've been a part of tourism for a long time, and I already have collected this tax on behalf of ORMA or whoever's collecting it, and guests want to know why they're being charged another 4% on top of their accommodation. And so in this day and age, we all feel like we're a little overtaxed, paying a lot of money for a lot of things. And so to add 4% on top of the room revenue for guests, it's a lot. So we need to explain to them. We also need to change our systems. Everything has to be changed. And for me, it's like a lot of different things. I'm a Best Western, there's OTAs, there's all these different things that I have to add that tax into. And the MAT tax is not just the MAT tax, it's 4%, plus you have to charge HST on that as well. So it's a tax on a tax. So people don't understand that. So we need to have time to explain that to people. And then any of the money that's coming to the township, is any of that money going to be given towards tourism efforts here, given to local organizations like SEGBAY to help promote tourism as well? And again, my concern with Explorers Edge is only because it's a huge area. And is the 50% that they're getting from this township, is it just going to be used towards our township efforts? Or is it going to be put into their huge pot and then be all their advertising money would be used for, promoting people to go to Algonquin Park and not to come to Port Severn, Ontario? And those are all of my questions right now. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
At least in my opinion. Okay. Very good questions. Thank you very much.
Did I make the 2 minutes or no? I tried.
Close enough. Close enough. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone online? We might have 1 or 2 people online that also want to participate. Okay, let's see if we can get them over.
Hello, did this clear for me to speak?
Is this Ryan?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
If you could provide your last name, please.
Yep, it's Ryan Boyce, Ward 1 up in MacDonald there on Stewart Lake. My questions and concerns are again. Sorry, go ahead.
I say your 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, perfect. My questions and concerns are with the new MAT tax. We strongly oppose it. Our voice is more than our own, but also many people that are doing the short-term rentals on Stewart Lake. There's many unanswered questions about the registration, some that I've even slightly addressed today. There was 136 applicants. Now we're down to 106 withdrawn. So we're down to, approximately 30 applicants left in the short-term rental. Are those the only 30 that are going to be affected by this MAT tax? With this tax coming in, again, like that other resident mentioned, where is the funding going? What are the funds going to be used for? Is it specifically to increase our advertising, our kind of recreational activities that we can promote through MacTier? Again, we really oppose this. It's just another tax upon another tax. And I don't know whether council recognizes that there's a breaking point, you know, with interest rates, with limited garbage, with all these other services going up in price and everything else. It's going to pinch the short-term rentals out of the market. And we do bring value to MacTier. You know, we bring spending on fuel, spending on trades, spending on groceries, spending on restaurants. We bring a lot, but we're always asked to provide a lot. You know, this began with COVID, with high cottage sale prices. Those have increased tax, definitely to the benefit of our township. I don't know whether we're being recognized as providers. I think we're more kind of now seen as, hey, we can suck some more money out of these individuals. So our frustration level is getting high, and we'd like to see some clear communication, and we'd like to see this turned down. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Carrie Anderson.
Hi there. I'm a cottage owner on Georgian Bay, and also wanting to just comment on the MAT tax. As we're a short-term rental, we rent our cottage. We've only had it for about a year, but we rent it, you know, maybe 3 times a year for short durations. We also oppose the MAT tax. Because it's just adding another layer for folks who do want to rent, and making it harder for us to do so. And so I brought up at the initial meeting for comments a few months back around, would there be like a threshold if you make a certain amount of profits or below, then the MAT tax would not apply. And I'm wondering if a decision was made on that, as I think a lot of the short-term rental folks would fall into that category. But it just seems like what we've heard to date, the benefit or usage of the funds, it's not clear, and it doesn't seem to be benefiting the greater good or the current folks who are doing short-term rentals, or those like who spoke from Christy Mills. It seems like the trade-off is actually causing more challenges and issues and harm to everybody than it is a benefit based on the current understanding. So again, wanting to understand what's all the money going to? Has a decision been made on if there'll be a threshold dollar amount of profits for the MAT tax to then apply? And just wanting to state that we oppose it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Anderson. Is there anyone else online that wishes to make any comments? No other hands are up? All right. That ends the open forum part of our agenda. I'm wondering whether we should, council, go straight to that item on our agenda, just because the open forum was all our open forum comments were agenda addressing one item, namely the municipal accommodation tax. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. If we do, I will have to recuse myself as I have a conflict of interest. So,
well, then hang tight until we make the decision.
Fair enough.
Council, do you have an appetite to go to the MAT tax discussion now? I think it would be practical. All right, let's do it. We're going to skip to item whatever the heck it is. I'm losing 7C, 10C, and Councilor Graziano has declared a conflict of interest.
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Not that we want to catch you off guard or anything, but Ms. Schneier, you're on again, or still.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think if it's the will of council, I think I'll quickly address the issues that I've heard from Miss Miss Hales. We share a birthday, we're very close. And the other members of the community that stepped forward for open forum, because that will sort of lead the discussion, I think, before we jump into the report. Is that fair, Your Worship?
That sounds very reasonable to me. I mean, I think your report addresses at least some of this. So, please.
It does. When we make reference to the report that is located on the agenda, it's item C, municipal accommodation tax. You can find it on page 165 to 169 in the agenda. The reason why some of these items are coming forward could be because of just communication about what this all means at the bottom line. So to be clear, when you are looking to address the municipal accommodation tax, we're looking for 2%, not 4%. So that that hopefully will alleviate. You don't have to, for short-term rentals, and I can't speak to the hotels, you do not have to tax the municipal accommodation tax. It's a separate portal that will be based on the base night rate. This will all become, if it's the will of council, applicable in September for any bookings that have not been fully paid by September 1st. So for example, if somebody makes a 50% deposit, but they make a 50% payment after September 1st, they would be eligible for the MAT tax. But anybody that comes to accommodate at any of our short-term rental hosts, be it hotel or online travel agencies like Airbnb or VRBO or Expedia or whatever you choose to use, if they are paid in full prior to September 1st or booked before September 1st, the MAT tax would not qualify. It is the intention of the report and at the request of staff to create a committee of stakeholders that would comprise, of course, large entities like Christie Mill, Severn Lodge, as mentioned, as well as Explorers Edge to the table and members of the short-term rental community, as well as anybody else that is at the will of council to sit as a committee of council. As a committee of council, there would then be staff dedicated to this and reports back and full transparency about what was discussed in meetings. Explorers Edge does have a huge area, and we have a very vibrant history with Explorers Edge and working specifically with the Township of Georgian Bay. You will see the Explorers Edge logo on all of our wayfinding. That was done around 2014-15. The Explorers Edge took some funding dollars that we got and then further leveraged it through their partnership fund to be able to provide the existing branding and wayfinding that is in the community. And it is the intention of Explorers Edge to take some funds from this and from this MAT tax and be able to further leverage it so that the community of Port Severn would, MacTier and Honey Harbor would be specifically supported for tourism and tourism related activities, of course, of which wayfinding is. In terms of what ORHMA is collecting, I do believe that they are an established not-for-profit company and are charging 5% of short-term rental income and 1.8% of hotels and motels and a setup fee of $3,000 with a municipal facing portal that would exist on our website. The way that they choose to spend their money is not something that's within the scope of our discussion. That would be something that I think the board for ORMA to make a decision for. Although staff feel that that's a reasonable fee and are comfortable presenting this forward to you. I think that was the questions. I think the intention of this absolutely is to keep tourism in the community where the tax is collected. And by doing so, the Committee of Council will be very diligent and a vital agency to be able to identify where the funds are spent, because they'll be able to have access to dollar amounts and choices made and recommendations to council by staff. I think, Your Worship, those were all the questions that I heard. We can definitely return to the report now. We have done our due diligence as best we can for doing some behind the scenes reference checks for this organization, who ultimately would be the agency that we would use to collect the taxes. The reason why we have gone through this option is staff have made it very clear that they do not have the capacity. We do provide you in the conclusion an option to hire a full-time equivalent staff person and keep all of the funds, including the 5% and 1% in the community. If it's the will of council to hire an FTE, those numbers are provided to you for 2025 and 2026. The other option that we're asking you to consider would be option 3, which would be going into an agreement with ORMA and have them collect and remit to us, and then the municipality would then remit to Explorers Edge on a 50% basis. That is where we are at right now, and the transient tax requires us to give. It would certainly be something that this committee of council could explore as to what percentage. There are other municipalities that provide different percentages to their destination marketing organization, usually in the higher amount. What is the intention of the municipality with respect to what we're going to do with the tax? It is already included in the budget for 2025 and our intention for 2025-26, and it is not specifically earmarked to anything. However, it would likely go towards supporting things like hiring a boom genie to be able to put up new banners in the community, or to install the wayfinding, or be able to provide a little bit more support from bylaw to be able to support the community as a whole with respect to short-term rentals and hotels and complaints, etc. It is remiss of me not to mention that option 1 is, as you have heard from some constituents today, is the request to take no action at all and refrain from implementing or administering the municipal accommodation tax for short-term rental operators. If this is the will of council, then staff would not be returning a report to you, because we have worked on this for a year and a half, almost 2 years. If it's not the will of council to move forward, then we will not move forward. I think at this time, probably best, Your Worship, if we take any questions from council with respect to the report. I hope that you found it fulsome and in terms of awareness, and we can go from there.
All right, so if I can sum very quickly, we have 3 options that you want us to consider. 1 is drop the whole MAT tax idea. 2 is hire somebody who basically their salary will be higher than the MAT tax we collect, or darn close to it. Or 3, go ahead with the MAT tax program using ORMA. Do they say ORMA, or do they spell it out all the ORMA? Using ORMA as a collecting agency for us.
That's right, Your Worship. That summarizes where we're at today.
All right, council. I see hands up already, so I'm going to start with Councilor Predko, then Councilor Cooper, and we'll go from there. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I guess the first question I have is really, I just would like to get clarification, not from this report, but from the bylaw department on the current number of short-term rentals. I think the one person on the phone, Ryan, the short-term rental owner from the Stuart Lake area, had mentioned that, you know, there's reading the report in the monthly department section, it said that there's 136 current short-term rentals, and there's also 109 withdrawn applications or rentals. I'm assuming we have 136 current active and not 30, then that between those 2 numbers, and I'm just wondering if we can just get clarity on that to make sure we are talking about 136, and it's a much larger pool than if we had 30 rentals. I think it's a significant difference.
Yeah, I certainly read that report to say we have 136 active.
That's what I read too, but it's been interpreted by...
Because at one point there was estimates of up to 400 active in the area, and then that got corrected to 200 range, 250 or something. So I think that report's implying that of those 250 we thought were out there,
I believe that's true too. I believe that's true, but just since the one operator in Stuart Lake mentioned the 30 number, I just want to make sure that we're addressing that concern that there's only 30 active, while there is 136 active. But while we're waiting to hear something on that, the other question I have really is about the math. um, for the MAT tax in the report, and just wanted to confirm for 2025, you're anticipating net revenue of $44,500 against our budget of $50,000, and I'm just wondering what that includes and excludes, because you've said it reflects deduction of applicable fees and the required percentage allocations from the gross. So I'm assuming that's our 50% of the total collection. I'm not sure which deduction of applicable fees is included. And the point of my question is, option 2, if we're looking at the cost of $37,000 for an employee to administer this, are we really looking at a net benefit to the township of around $7,000?
Through your worship to Councillor Predko, I will also reference my Director of Finance if I am incorrect on any of this, but this is the very liberal perspective on how much we would collect. Ms. Hales would probably be one of the biggest contributors to this amount because the start date would be in September. And a lot of short-term rental operators have closed, especially if they're in a seasonal operation. So the $44,000 use that as an example, would then be turned around and split with Explorer's Edge, minus the fees that are collected from ORMA. So.
Okay, and if we did it ourselves, it would be less than 37,000. So we would be paying. We'd be net negative on this whole exercise if we had somebody in house doing this.
Through your worship, through to Councillor Predko, for 2025, yes, but if this was open and available for all of 2026, you may see a higher income than what even a full-time staff member would be able to cost which would cost the municipality, because you would have a fulsome season for hoteliers as well as a full half year behind us in terms of collection. And you would be able to capture the high season of everybody that is participating in short-term rentals.
But I guess that's not in our report for our consideration today. We're just considering 2025, and that's
well, through your worship, we did project $80,000 for 2025 because it has taken this period of time to get us to where we are now. We may not we may not see anywhere near that for 2025, but for 2026, I would imagine that, and this is speculative, that we would budget it at least 80% or higher, 80,000 or higher for 2026 based on what we see in 2025. Keeping in mind that in 2024, we thought we were going to collect 200,000.
And then just as a final follow-up, do we have an estimation of what the fees OHRMA would be charging us to manage this on our behalf?
We do. It's listed here. It would be a $3,000 one-time set fee,
and the
1.9 on short-term rentals, and sorry, 5%.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted what those fees were referring to. All right. Okay. So much less than the full-time employee.
Ms. King, can I go over to you, because there's been some confusion with regards to the short-term rental statistics that you offered when it was suggested that you said currently active 136, removed to date 106. Does that mean we have a net 30, which I don't think is what you intended, but I don't know. Please clarify.
Yeah, of course. Apologies, I was speaking with a member of the public in the front office, so I missed all the questions. So in that monthly report, the 113, there's 113 total that we have registered right now, and that is of the 136 that are still active. So that would be people who are in our queue that we're working through with building getting installed or waiting for payment. So we have 136 active short-term rentals, 106 are removed. So those are where we started with those big numbers of the 250-ish. Those are people that have pulled offline, decided not to rent. Cottages have changed hands, whatever that looks like. So that's what the removed piece of it. The 136 are the registered as 113, and then people who are working through the process to get fully registered. I hope that clarifies that question.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That clarifies it as what we had thought.
Okay.
And then in closing, so if we do go with the our organization, the fees roughly calculated out would be about $4,000 on an $80,000 revenue in and about. So much less than a full-time employee in our department. Thank you.
Through your worship, for 2025, yes. For 2026, we don't know.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go now to Councillor Cooper, please.
There we go. Yeah, so thank you for your report, Ms. King, but I just wanted to say we might want to consider new speakers for this room because that was pretty distorted sound. So, but moving on to the subject matter, I know that was way off topic, but it's important to understand that the speakers are blowing. But under this program, I have a few questions. First of all, I'm wondering what category of rental really qualifies as a short-term rental. And I think it's been said before, but I'm going to repeat it, that I'm wondering if we're somewhat nickel and diming some of our residents if they rent out the odd weekend or week, and have a criteria that is more relevant to real short-term rentals, which can often be for the entire season. Or so maybe it's more than 4 or 5 weeks, or maybe it's over a certain amount of revenue. But I do feel that we might be spinning our wheels a little bit when it's very short-term rentals. And frankly, some of the short-term rentals, you won't know who they are anyway, because they're not online. And I know you have a system that collects, identifies those that are in short-term rentals, but there are many who are not doing anything other than renting out to people they've rented to the past, in the past, or in the future. So I'd like to hear, is there any thought been given to that? If so, what is it? That's my first question.
Through your worship, I'll just answer it as we go. That way we can stay on topic. The people that rent for 3 weeks or less only have to spend $250 for their registration, but would still have to collect the 2% MAT tax. For those people that are renting for more than 21 days, but less than 30 days in terms of consistent time, would have to pay a $1,000 to $900 registration fee and still collect the 2% tax. If anybody is renting for more than 30 days, there is no 2% tax charged, and there is no 2% tax charged to local residents renting to local residents.
So I think I understood what you said, but I'm still registering my point, which is we might want to consider not nickel and diming. So that is my comment on trying to capture everybody, whether they rent for a weekend or 2 weeks or something. It's very short term. Why don't we focus where the real revenue is? That's my comment. So thank you for that. The other, that wasn't a question, it was a statement. And I guess the other thing is that I'm sort of reading here about organizations that might be interested in working with the MAC tax, and I just want to understand it a little bit better, because this talks about Explorer Edge and Sag Bay receiving the funds, Muskoka Tourism, but then the biosphere. So that's a not-for-profit. They may or may not be interested, is what I'm sort of getting here. They don't have the capacity to collect the tax. Can you explain to me why the biosphere would be in here?
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, it was one of the agencies that we brought forward in the last couple of years that would that the staff were exploring alongside council as a potential recipient of the 50% of municipal accommodation tax. Councillor Cooper, if I can just remind you that initially Explorers Edge, who is our DMO, Destination Marketing Organization, said that they do not want the money. That brought us to the municipality making a decision as to who we would pursue. So we chose Segbay for 50% of the funding. And of course, because the environment's such a priority, we brought Georgian Bay Biosphere in, who would do tourism-related environmental things in our community. Since that time, Explorers Edge has come forward and said that they want the money, and so that means Segbay's out, Georgian Bay Biosphere is out, and Muskoka Tourism is out. They don't get access to the funds directly because right now the law says that it has to go to the DMO, which is Explorers Edge. So there was a once upon a time that we were considering environmental tourism. That story is over. If it is the will of a committee, should we fast forward to that they want to support those agencies by giving dollars for environmental tourism or tourism support for hosts in terms of education through Segbay, that would be the will of the Committee of Council and then ultimately Council.
Thank you for that clarification. So some of the funding could be potentially addressed to organizations like Biosphere. Could be. Isn't that what you're saying?
Through your worship, yes, ultimately.
I thought you said it had to go to
It does. It does have to go to the Destination Marketing Organization, which is Explorers Edge. But Explorers Edge has some really great partnership programs, and the Biosphere might apply for one of those partnerships. In which case, they would ultimately get access to some of that money.
Just for clarification, it's 50% that has to go to Explorers Edge.
50% has to go to Explorers Edge, which means the municipality has the other 50%, and we can spend it as we see fit, keeping in mind that it's already a budgeted item.
Okay, but we could assign something to the Biosphere.
That's right.
We could assign something to other not-for-profits like the Georgian Bay Land Trust, which I don't see here, by the way, but
so long as they support, through your worship, I apologize to Councillor Cooper, so long as those agencies are supporting tourism for people that are coming to our community to stay for short term and have an opportunity to access whatever resources those agencies have.
So if they come, for example, to our township and visit some of the land trust properties, that's tourism too, isn't it?
I would think it would be, and also it would be like if a child comes and they want to have a week at camp.
So all I
suggest
is that we consider that organization as one that might be on the radar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So thank you for that. I do have questions, and you may have provided the information, but I'm struggling to get it in an organized fashion. So could you tell me, please, what the total tax might come from this MAT tax for 2025 and 2026? What would, like, not what Georgian Bay Township gets, what's the total tax generated?
Through your worship, I wish I knew for sure, Councillor Hazelton, because we are starting in September, which is the end of the high season, so to speak, in the municipality, but we are very liberally suggesting that we could make up to $40,000.
That's for a partial year.
That's correct.
Okay, so in 2026, what would be a target expected amount?
Through your worship, Councillor Hazelton, we are targeting at minimum of $80,000.
Okay, and so those are gross amounts. So the net to Georgian Bay Township would be half of that.
That's correct.
And we're saying that the other amount goes to your DMO, Explorers Edge, and you I think have suggested that they could work with other partners. What influence does our township have in who they might work with?
Through your worship, I would say the only influence we would have would be a letter of support for any application that anybody applies to Explorers Edge for the partnership fund. We could provide influence by, as a committee of council, making a resolution to support, as well as provide letters from our CAO and perhaps the mayor. but ultimately their funding is provincial and the partnership funding, and I don't think we would have any real influence beyond that.
Okay. I heard earlier, I think that you said that there was some expectation in 2024 there would be a 200K tax amount. How did we get from that down to an annualized target of 80?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, that's because a lot of short-term rental operators that we anticipated would be operators were delisted or chose not to participate in short-term rentals because they didn't have the appropriate septic, or they were beyond occupancy, or they found the $1,000 registration fee too high, or they weren't able to meet the criteria for building code. Ultimately, a significant amount, as Ms. King has identified, have found themselves to be ineligible to be a short-term rental operator.
Okay, thank you for that. I think you said that Inn at Christie's Mill was likely going to be 50% of the MAT tax, roughly?
Through your worship, I don't think I said 50%. I said a large portion. If I said 50%, I certainly apologize because I don't know that exact amount, but I will say that they would be a large contributor to the municipal accommodation tax, as they do hold the most rooms that people could rent in the township.
Okay, so I'd like to, if I may, pick up on what Councillor Cooper's kind of path of thought was. I can see people who are doing short-term rentals purely for profit, and we know that there are many of those in our community. Those certainly would be candidates to be kind of a tourist focus point. And one of the fellows that spoke to us on the phone appears to be running a pure tourist-only operation. At least that's what it sounded like. And certainly Inn at Christie's Mill would be a pure tourist operation. But I think what Councillor Cooper was highlighting is that there are a lot of people in the community who are renting predominantly to cover the costs so they can continue to enjoy the rest of the year at their property. And I'm not sure that that's really what the target of a MAT tax is, because spending money to increase tourism dollars isn't going to have any impact on them whatsoever. So what's going through my mind here is that there is probably a need for us to carve out in the short-term rental world those people who are definitely running the short-term rental as a profit entity, as a business, versus those people who are trying to recover costs so that they can keep their cottage in these explosive cost time periods that we find ourselves in right now. But that's just a general comment. I thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to our sustainability department, or Jennifer. All great information, and you've certainly worked hard on this and brought all the right answers. My job as a councillor is to represent my constituents, and I've had a lot of input on this. And to the mayor's question about the three options, I would choose option number one, which is scrap this tax, take it off the table, and don't use it at all. Thank you. No questions, just a statement.
I'm suspecting I know where you may vote once we call for the vote, but I could be wrong. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Thank you, through the mayor. Just a quick point, question regarding clarification, if you don't mind. Our Director of Sustainability. Right now, if we were to go with option 3, just hypothetically speaking, the OHRMA would be collecting the tax. Where does Explorer's Edge come in that equation, or do they at all?
Through your worship, to Councillor Jarvis, to clarify, Explorer's Edge would get money from the municipality at net after the fees are paid to the organization that's the organization that's collecting it. So let's say fictitiously we got $40,000. The finance department would be obliged to give $20,000 to Explorer's Edge. So they pay nothing for the fees in order to collect the money, and that's the way that's the way the law is written.
Okay, so half of the money collected would go to Explorer's Edge. The OHRMA gets nothing out of this, or?
They get their 3,000, through your worship, they get the $3,000 setup fee. They get the percentage that they charge for us for the hotels and the percentage they charge for short-term rentals.
So they're collecting agency, they give it to us, and then we give it to Explorer's Edge.
That's correct.
I just wanted to understand that better. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting dilemma we have in front of us. And I'm afraid I'm not going to be quite as succinct as Councillor Bocek in my thoughts here. We know that there are definitely municipalities that have collected MAT tax and consider it quite successful because they have a fair scale going on and I'll call it professional accommodations, and I could conclude Ms. Hale in that category. I don't know if that's the word, but places and organizations that are designed to accommodate visitors, tourists. You know, and I think we muddy the waters in our township for a few reasons. One is we obviously have less to offer tourists than many other municipalities, just because the nature of our municipality. And as a couple of councillors have suggested, some people, when they rent a cottage, be it for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, they're not coming here to be tourists. They're coming here to get away from everything. They don't actually spend that much money here. What frustrates me also a little bit when I look at all this is that we're a collection agency in a sense of we issue a MAT tax, but then we're going to give 5%, and I'm rounding up, but let's say 5%, 4%, whatever it works out to be, we're going to give to ORMA. We're going to give the remainder half of it to Explorer's Edge. And then the other half we're going to spend on tourism-like promotion. I'm wondering how successful we're going to be at that, given the diversified nature of our municipality. And I can't help but wonder, and I'm going to pick on Ms. Hale because she's sitting here, if she had that money in her pocket versus in our pocket, or sorry, in her pocket versus Explorer's Edge's pocket, maybe she would direct her advertising dollars more specifically to where her potential customers versus everybody else. So I'm getting to the point. I mean, first of all, when I look at these options, I immediately rule out option 2 in my mind, because I figure bringing on a full-time employee basically says now we're spending our half of the money, if it ever was quote unquote successful, on hiring somebody who is collecting money for us as opposed to actually promoting tourism. So then we're now down to, and I will admit, part of my frustrations when it comes to short-term rentals is, in my mind, there's 2 very clear categories. One is the investor. That's the individual who's bought a cottage, who's crammed more beds in it than the original owners ever imagined, and is making tons of money every month or every weekend renting it out. And that's, to me, a whole different individual than the cottage owner who says, I'm going to rent my cottage out for a few weeks every year because that helps me cover my property taxes, for instance, my insurance fees, whatnot. So I'm torn, to be quite honest with you. I'm torn because part of me says, yeah, we go for option 3. I would even suggest that we might want to consider, because we've taken our short-term rentals and we've broken them into 2 categories, one being those who rent for 21 days or less in a year and those who rent for more, and we've adjusted the fees. You know, maybe we want to consider not charging mat tax on the 21 days and less category, just to make life simpler for the people who rent their cottage for a few weeks of the year. But I you know, and I, you know, I'm not as stupid as I look. I know we won't know how this actually works out until we do it for a year or two to see to what degree we are paying, of all the money we collect, to what degree is it actually benefiting us? That's my question. You know, to what degree are we adding administration fees and whatnot? To what degree will somebody like Ms. Hale, who will be paying probably the largest share of this, I mean, you know, if we rank people, probably the dollars coming out of her organization will be greater than any other individual organization. To what degree will her business benefit from this, the tourism dollars that Explorers Edge are going to be spending? And I don't know the answer. Probably Ms. Hale doesn't know the answer. We can only speculate. But that's really where I'm stuck. And thank goodness I see a few more hands so I can then keep thinking about it. And I'm going to go first to our CAO and then Councillors Predko and Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coates. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify in relation to tourism promotion, you know, that MAT tax money would be going to tourism promotion. I would say it's more than that. It's also being able to spend these monies to upgrade and repair our parks and facilities. Huntsville, for example, used MAT tax money to carry out a total physician recruitment campaign, including providing cash to secure doctors to come into Huntsville. And so without impacting the tax base. So this is a way of improving our community and indirectly our economy by having people who do not live in the township to help subsidize the you know, ratepayer taxes to keep improving on the municipality. And again, it's not new. Many municipalities have been doing this for many years. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not just simply for tourism promotion. There's many things that that we could apportion this kind of income to.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, once again. My second round, I was going to say many of the same things that you said in your closing comments about the two tiers of our short-term rentals, and maybe there is, you know, that opportunity to not collect from the lower tier of our short-term renters, or perhaps, you know, we have a threshold. If you have revenues of less than $30,000, you're exempt from the tax. I think these things are maybe still feasible to be worked out inside here to make it just a little bit more palatable to some of the smaller operators who maybe don't want to be involved in the bureaucracy and the administration of trying to submit this, and for the short number of times they're renting. They are also not particularly participating or contributing to tourism in the township. And if this goes through, I would hope that the monies that we collect will focus tourism efforts in the towns like Port Severn, MacTier, and Henny Harbor, where we have some of the larger operators working, so that their contributions that they're making to this fund are reflected in the efforts that the township is making in those areas. So food for thought. I don't know how we can bake in changes to the policy, the bylaw behind the collection of the MAT tax right now, and I guess there's still some unknowns that we have to figure out to get this going. But again, I'm not sure I see the huge financial upside for the township, and if it's causing administrative or burden on and a negative impression on tourism in the township, I still question whether or not it's a wise thing to do or not. But I'm still listening, and hopefully we can come to a place where we can get some certainty today. And I think that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have one question and a comment, but I certainly want to say that I do support tourism in our township, but remind us that probably 90% of our business activity is really related to marinas and construction. I'm sorry to say it, but you know, it's relatively speaking, it's just we're not Niagara Falls or even Muskoka, and so understanding who we are, I think, is important. I'd like to know, though, the question I have is, did we not invest in some software to run a program like this? And if we did, what did it cost?
Through you, Your Worship, we invested in Granicus, which was a software that the bylaw department used to capture who was operating for short-term rental operations. They do not participate in tax collection. So it's just outside of their bandwidth or scope of what they offer for municipalities.
But what was the amount spent?
Through Your Worship, can I pass that over to Ms. King? She'll be able to tell us how much Granicus cost and if they're going to continue to use them.
I guess we don't know.
I'm afraid I've forgotten that amount.
The only reason I asked the question, we've already invested in this a fair bit of, and I'm suggesting that it's a relatively small aspect of our community in terms of business and where our people are employed, etc. So I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, let's tell it like it is. And so I guess my comment is that because of that reason, I would, even if we were able to adjust it somewhat and go with an option, it wouldn't be option 2 for me for sure, but would have to include taking out the smaller operations, we'll call them that. They're not even that really, a little bit of rental to friends and family, etc. But you know, the truth is, maybe we just need to, the old KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, and go for option 1. And that's sort of where my head is at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Way, can you help me out for a moment? And then I don't see an appetite at this point. I haven't heard anyone suggest they want option 2, so at least that's narrowed it down. But if I call for a motion and suggest option 3, which was the preferred staff option, and it fails, then what do? Do we go back and try to see whether anybody wants option 1? I mean, like I don't want to I don't want to be accused of revisiting a motion after it's already failed or something. Like, you understand what I'm trying to ask?
They're very different directions, so I think it would be fair to do option. Well, you can do option 1. If you do option 1 first, that ends the whole conversation. If you do option 3, and it fails, you could then provide another option of 2 or 1.
Okay. Right. Thank you. And the other clarification I want, and I guess this would be from staff and perhaps the clerk, if we were to go for option 3, which is to enter into agreement with ORMA, this doesn't restrict further discussions on how we apply or don't apply MAT tax or anything else. It's just simply saying that we're going to work with ORMA and we're going to go hopefully to get things in action by September 1st.
That's correct, and a bylaw would still need to come forward.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Cooper, and then Councillor Pedco.
I think the message is that there may be an appetite for option 1, and you're suggesting we go for a vote on option 3 first. Is that what?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I best reflect council's wishes here.
Well, if we turn down option 1, then we'd go to 3, wouldn't we? But it sounds like option 1. Sorry?
Option 1 ends the conversation.
Yeah, okay, it ends the conversation, and but I've been listening and I'm thinking if we go to 3, that may get turned down, so end up with 1. I think, anyway, I would like to see us, and I would suggest that we go to option 1 first. Thank you.
Okay, Granicus apparently costs us $9,851 annually. So call it $10,000 for argument's sake. That was from your earlier question. So Granicus is basically a bylaw tool that costs us $10,000 a year. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, perhaps I could request a amendment to the wording of option 3 to include something to the effect of subject to further council discussion on the policy and bylaw, so that it's clear in option 3 that this isn't the final approval of the MAT tax. That we will be, as I know we will be continuing the conversation, but just to make sure that clear that that's what we're agreeing to today.
Well, this will be subject to. Yeah. Well, no. The reason I'm concerned, quite frankly, about going straight to option 1 is we as a council approved the MAT tax. We as a council have already directed staff to come back with recommendations. So if we jump straight to, my concern if we jump straight to option 1, which we still might end up doing, we're basically saying to staff, well, we decided we were wrong last year, is really what it comes down to.
We have been wrong before.
No. Councillor Hazelton.
When we talked about this previously, it looked like there was going to be a significant amount of money that could come from a MAP tax. It looks to me like the amount that we are now potentially able to benefit from as a township is trivial and perhaps not even worth considering. I think option 1 is the option we should be considering.
Councillor Bocha.
Your Honor, if we do go with option 1 first, I would request a recorded vote.
Okay. What I'm going to do, the decision I've made is I'm going to call a vote on option 3, and if it fails, I'm going to call a vote on option 1, because I think in fairness to us from our prior discussions that we should consider moving forward with this, and then if we decide not to, then okay, we'll confirm with a second vote. So I moved by Councillor Predko, sent by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to pursue option 3 as outlined in Report 2025-068 regarding the municipal accommodation tax, subject to adoption of the enacting bylaw. That's for you, Councillor Predko. And option 3 reads, enter into an agreement with ORMA regarding the collection and remittance of the short-term rental tax from any short-term rentals that are booked September 1st, 2025, moving forward, as well as the fiscal years of 2026 and 2027. All those in favor? Yes, sir.
Since we're not going to number 1 to begin with, I would request a recorded vote on this as well, too.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All those in favor, talk to Clerk Way.
Let the record show Councillor Bocheck requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocheck, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Cousier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is defeated as a tie vote 3-3.
It's down. So now, if I call a vote on option 1, then that would basically say MAT tax is down. Incomplete. Okay. So, moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis.
Point of order.
Absolutely.
The wording of option 1 is refraining from administering the municipal MAT tax for short-term rental operators. It doesn't specify other operators.
That's true.
Through your worship, it's only for short-term rental operators that the MAT tax counts for. Any operator.
But you're including hotels?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
because
because that's
yeah, anybody that does 30 days or less.
okay.
Anybody.
Sorry, Ms. Hale, I don't think you view as an STR operator, but I guess it's just. Anyway, but now I understand. Anybody who's renting for periods of less than 30 days.
Period. Period. Oh, it's too bad. No money at all.
So what happens if it? All right, let's go for it. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to pursue option 1 as outlined in Report 2025-068 regarding municipal accommodation tax. And option 1 reads, take no action at this time and refrain from implementing or administrating the municipal tax for short-term rentals for periods which are for periods of less than 30 days total. All those in favor of option 1.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote? Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote? Oh, sorry, yes, you're right. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion is tied 3-3, therefore it's defeated.
We're at the point after an hour's discussion that we're nowhere, basically. We're and I guess conversation may or may not continue if.
Your worship, I wonder if I could just clarify then for those that are listening outside of the municipal jargon that this now means that there will be no municipal accommodation tax administered to any short-term rentals in the township of Georgian Bay at this time.
At this time. Because, yeah, you didn't get approval to implement it. So you didn't get approval to drop the whole thing either. It's kind of.
Through your worship, I think it's just important to clarify that for those that are listening and in the audience, that this means that they do not need to be concerned about municipal accommodation tax at this time.
There'll be no, can we agree there'll be no municipal accommodation tax for 2025 calendar year, because there's no way you're going to come back and ask to be implementing it sometime in the fall. So I think based on this, there'd be nothing happening in 2025 anyway.
Thank you for your clarification.
No, CEO Marriott.
Yeah, the only way that staff would bring this back is at the will of council. So at this point, it's done.
Okay.
And I believe there was some public meetings that were scheduled, so we will be cancelling those too. Yeah.
No. I'm going to call it for a break. Let's have a break before we come back. And so, according to my computer, it's 11:08. So let's come back at 11:20 computer time, which is whatever is 11:24 or whatever that thing says. So Well, council, we have a closed session that is going to begin at 1 o'clock, I believe, because of a guest. And it's now almost 11:30. So we're going to go see how far we get in the next hour. Then I'll call a lunch break, and then we'll go into closed. And whatever we don't get to now, we'll get to later or not or whatever. We'll see. So I'm going back to the next thing is communications from mayor and council. And I am going to, because I can make these decisions, I'm going to start with Councillor Jarvis and then go towards Councillor Bocek and then Councillor Graziano and go to Councillor Cooper. And so Councillor Jarvis, I've tried to catch you off guard. Was I successful?
No, actually, for a change,
Right.
I was almost prepared. I would like to comment, I think, and through the mayor, in light of comments made at the beginning of the meeting, I think it'd be remiss if we didn't recognize that yesterday was also the anniversary for the Battle of the Atlantic, which was also a huge part of the Second World War, and I think we've got to acknowledge that, as well as the other notes already made earlier on in the meeting. Moving on from there, my meetings were Committee of Adjustment. I took part in the MPAC seminar on my property value, where they're at these days. I don't think I learned too much new at that seminar, because they couldn't tell us when there'd be another review, and that's up to the provincial government in that regard. The library board as well, and that was about it. Oh, no, sorry, SegBay. Yeah, SegBay. It was nice to have somebody else as part of SegBay at our meeting here today, voicing their concerns with regards to the mat tax. I thought it was nice to hear from Sharon. Always good to hear from her at SegBay as well. And SegBay continues to move ahead. They have lost their office manager and are currently actively seeking a new one, going through the interview process in that regard. Lisa, who was their administrator, was very good at what she did and was instrumental in the positive changes at SegBay with regards to membership and their public profile. And I think they'll be moving ahead even further with their next person. It's always good to see things moving ahead very well, and particularly with regards to our business association. Lots of good reaching out, which is nice to see. Library, as we all, I think we know that during the period when we had the ice storm, library was set up here at Port Severn as a warming center, which is great. I know there's big efforts made to get the power on at their other locations, and I know they were appreciative of that. And they're already moving ahead with a very, very good program for this year, this season coming up, and we're looking forward to seeing how that moves ahead for them. And that would be a good summary of my activities so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Regular meetings included the Committee of Adjustment and the Sustainability Committee, which was last week, and both, I think, were fairly successful in their own right, and we had a good conversation about opportunity as well for the food bank, which I know we're beginning hearing more about later on today. And as the snow and ice has been receding, people can now see the roads again. So there's been a lot of conversations with residents about the state of the roads and state of the rest of the township. So we've had a couple of meetings. I guess we had one meeting with our operations director and CAO with some of the residents in MacTier to go over their concerns with how the snow is melting and how the maintenance is going on after that. And we also talked about different opportunities for recreation plans, and we'll be following up with that in the future with, I guess, the NORFED application. So there's much more to come on those conversations. I've also been talking with other residents in the Gibson Lake area with regards to Iroquois Road and maintenance on that, which came to council back in the fall. And they are requesting a meeting again with staff to revisit that. So we'll be doing that now in sometime in early May. And of course, was very busy with the maple leaves. They went longer than we would have thought. So that was a good end to the month of April. That's all I have to say today.
You mean you're not wearing a Winnipeg Jets?
On the inside, I could turn it over.
Oh, okay. Councillor Bochuk.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I may be repeating a little bit what Councillor Pretko said, but I'll get going here. April the 15th, we had a health services meeting to approve funding for something that most people under here don't have to put up with, and that's for increase in cost of things like landscaping, sidewalks, things like that at a senior home that is under construction in Bracebridge. Due to the holidays, District Council met on Tuesday, the 22nd. A whole lot of details there that I'm not going to get into today, but if you wish to hear or see them, you can view them on the DMM website through YouTube. We started the morning meeting by 22 councillors, our chair, all our staff, standing up and singing "O Canada" with pride. It was really something to behold, and I think it's a practice that maybe district and other organizations can do in the future. On the 23rd, we met with Councillor Pretko, our CAO, and our Director of Operations to do a walk around Max here, going over the winter damage, the drainage issues, and projects that were scheduled to be done and were found in the official plan with budgeting, but they were never addressed. So we're really hoping that our Operations Director would address some of those issues moving forward. On the 23rd, we met with community leaders in Mactier and the surrounding area. For the first time in a long time, the folks in the northern part of our townships are very hopeful after having our meeting and think that a recreation coordinator would be a great asset to do sustainable activities as much as lower the costs of most of our facilities in the township and the maintenance of our assets. On the 24th, I attended the district health services meeting in the morning, attended the CAPS meeting in the afternoon. At the same time, I attended the SSE and Sustainable Source Water Protection Board, which I am still a member of and represent the township of Georgian Bay. On the 25th, I met with Jazz to discuss procurement policies. My head is still spinning. Thank you very much for you and your staff. You certainly made it clearer for me than when I walked into your office. Late in April, again, I attended a seminar at Christie's Mill, and I'll apologize because I had to meet our SCAG meeting because of it. But this meeting was to talk about cybersecurity and government grants that are available to townships and businesses through RBC. Late in April, I embarked on a social media campaign to inform our residents and non-residents about the firearm discharge bylaw. The major consensus was that there was very little or no public input, and most didn't even know that this was coming. So the real details will follow tomorrow at the CAL meeting because we have the ability to speak there. Baxter in Bahamas, huge turnout, great fundraiser for the Baxter ATV Club. It included dinner and a dance, well worthwhile. And May the 2nd, I had a lengthy meeting with Karina and Bylaw and our fire chief to bring the concerns of the discharge bylaw that people had no avenue to talk to at this time. And again, more tomorrow during that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pretko.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, just one quick add I wanted to make, I forgot to mention, was that the residents of Go Home Lake that have had no power since the 29th of March finally got power on Saturday evening. And I just want to, shout out to their patients and to the hydro crews that were out all weekend long with helicopters, poles going through the air, and putting in a sustained effort to get everybody back on during the weekend. So thank goodness we're back.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, relatively mild month for me, predominantly meeting based with the Committee of Adjustment kicking off immediately after our council. I, similar to that of Councillor Bochek, attended the SSEA Q1 board meeting. Quite interesting because Councillor Bochek was able to vote for a portion of the meeting, after which it switched over to me. But fun nevertheless and informative. I also attended in person the MHTF, which is the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0 meeting at the District of Muskoka this month. With regrets, I missed the Christie's Mills event. I was a honorary judge for Noodle at Branksome Hall, which essentially allows young females to bring forward their innovative ideas and receive funding through the school. And that was an incredibly exciting event. And I also missed Bahamas Day, although I did purchase 2 tickets in 50-50 raffle. I would have loved to have seen Councillor Bochek in his Bahamas attire, but unfortunately I had a family matter that conflicted as well. So with that said, that concludes my month, and looking forward to what's to come in the next.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. I had the opportunity of hosting a meeting. You probably already read about in the staff reports. Our new Director of Operations, Mara, who came out and looked at the only public launch ramp we have in Honey Harbor and the current state of it. She was joined by one of her staff and our CAO. And I would say that that's probably one of the biggest challenges we have in Honey Harbor, given that it's the only ramp and it's in pretty bad shape. Had another one of our waterfront planning group meetings. That always is a source of great insight in planning related topics. And as normal, a lot of community input. For those of you who may know, I'm only sitting here because I put my hand up in the previous term when Macy Bay was a problem, and it might appear that Macy Bay may become another problem. So there are some activities going on there that are of grave concern for the community. And I also have had an opportunity, in fact, I even made this comment, Councillor Bochek frequently tells me that he gets calls from road-based people in Honey Harbor. I don't, but I did. And I was able to listen at great length to dog problems, property standards problems, and other kinds of problems, which I will be following up on. But it was very interesting that I got that kind of call. Normally my interactions are water-based properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm addressing April of 2025. In case we get the wrong year here, it's April 2025. Just having some fun. But I also would like to say that I can't wait to sing "O Canada" here, but I would like to make sure that we have a voice coach first, because I think that might be beneficial. Moving on, the ice is out on Georgian Bay, went out in late March. I know because my brother made it out to a place in Cognachine in late March. So some of the back bays weren't clear, but the open part of the bay was.
Was he the record breaker?
He's the icebreaker every year, almost every year. But anyway, moving on, what have I been doing? Aside from taking an endless number of calls and emails, which I'm happy to take from our constituents, I call them my customers, I've been sort of busy in the usual fashion, attending council meetings here. I also, for example, in April attended and try to almost every month watch the Committee of Adjustment meeting, and that was on the 11th of April. I think it's important to see what's going on. District meetings, of course, and the only other sort of meeting that I'll reference is the group that Councillor Hazelton spoke about, the Waterfront Working Group, which has been really interesting. And frankly, we have a group of very qualified individuals on that working group. And hopefully we'll be able to bring some suggestions to the planning and building department in the future. So a really, really good team there, and as I say, highly qualified individuals. Thank you.
Mhm. This is the forgetful side of the table?
From the Bahamas thing. Thank you, Your Worship. And what I wanted to add was I've fielded lots of calls from every ward in the township, calls, emails, and texts about the weigh scales at the Baxter transfer station, and they're still not working. For an example, if you pull your vehicle on, it could weigh 100 kilos, but if you pull it up another 10 feet, it's 150 kilos. So there's no real consistency to the scales. Repairs have tried to been done by subcontractors. They have not had any success. Of course, communication is very difficult from the District of Muskoka or the Township of Georgian Bay to get the word out. Apparently, these scales are meant to be changed between May the 12th and May the 16th and bringing in new scales. So that should alleviate these problems. This year? Thank you. Yes, this year, like next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Interesting you mentioned that, because I was actually drove over those scales yesterday, taking a trailer load of storm debris. And so on my way out, I mean, I'm being waved through, and I said, well, can you tell me how much the load weighed? And the response I got was no, because the scales aren't working properly. But I was informed then that yes, in a couple of weeks' time, they're going to be replaced, and which means that for a few days, anybody who would normally go across the scales, they're only going to accept regular, I'll call it household garbage, because they can't weigh people in and out for a few days. So that, unfortunately, there'll be a little bit of inconvenience, but I think it's important that we get new scales. And in my month, just following up a little bit on what comment of Councillor Predko, one of the first things that happened after our council meeting a month ago was had a meeting with the appropriate people at district with regards to 12 Mile Bay Road, and it is scheduled for work this year. They're not replacing the whole darn road, but they are going to be redoing sections of it, which is, in my personal opinion, about time. So I'm glad that that's moving forward. 3 weeks ago, I had some surgery that laid me low for a little while. They cautioned me that my recovery wouldn't be linear, and unfortunately, they were right. So it has its ups and downs, and people who've gone through surgery know that that happens. But I'm still sitting here mostly. And then, of course, Easter. District Week was a little bit more interesting in my mind for a few reasons. One is it started with before District Council meeting with the Bracebridge OPP. I find myself sitting on 2 detachment boards because our municipality, unlike almost every other municipality in the province, is served by 2 detachment boards. I know I've made that observation before, and I'll make it again, because these detachment boards are a mixed blessing. And sitting on 2 of them is just adds to the mix. But also, we that same day following the district council meeting had a meeting with the chair and my 5 other mayoral colleagues for the first time in this term. Interestingly enough, one of the reasons that we have not met as a group is because the clerk's department district was concerned that the 6 mayors meeting with the chair would be a quorum of the finance committee. So we had to, swear on blood, which I exaggerate, of course, but that we would not talk about any finance matters, and so we didn't. We talked about governance and things like that. I will say that I thought it was a very good conversation. Unfortunately, it didn't go entirely in the direction I would have wished, but so be it. I also found myself unexpectedly on the storm debris ad hoc committee. I don't know if ad hoc's right, that was initiated over at district because of how do you handle all the brush that is on the sides of people's property and things like that. And clearly the residents of Bracebridge and Gravenhurst and Muskoka Lakes were very concerned about that. And so that we met a few times. The I also had a Midland OPP detachment board, and I had something else, and I can't even read my writing, so that's a bad sign. But I wanted to mention that, you know, I was numerous conversations that aren't necessarily meetings, but one of the main topics being solid waste, because some stubborn person who currently has the mic won't let go of the province being stupid on a couple of matters. And there's also a fair number of discussion, a bit of discussion, and there was a report in our consent agenda around strong mayors. And for those who don't know or wonder about it, I think it's 169 municipalities that gain strong mayor capabilities, whether they wanted them or not, and the majority, and I'd be in that majority, did not. Interestingly enough, in this stage, unlike prior stages, we weren't asked. We didn't have to sign any agreements. We didn't have to do anything. We were just told this is the way it is. And I think, aside from, in theory, giving me more powers, and for the record, I don't plan on exercising those powers or doing anything differently than I am now. But what it has done is it added an administrative headache to our staff. That's what it's done. And I don't see why that's worth it, frankly. You know, for one example, apparently I'm responsible for the budget. Well, I'll be danged if Director Radigan and myself are going to do the budget and ignore council, because that would just be stupid and undemocratic. Oh, and by the way, she'll get my input into the budget just like she did last year. But more paperwork has to be signed because we're pretending that it's my budget, not council's. I mean, sorry, a little editorial, but I felt it was necessary to explain to our residents, I do not plan on exercising those powers other than where I'll call it forced to pretend I've exercised them, if that makes any sense. So that's my bit, and I'm going to go over to our CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kritzian. Pretty busy month for staff as well, as we're recovering from the ice storm. We are a little bit behind in terms of getting everything else ready, but we're almost there. I'd like to say that as part of Ms. Engel's onboarding, I had fun going out and about and stretching my legs together with Ms. Engel and other members of staff to visit places like the Honey Harbour Landing with Councillor Hazelton, and looking at some drainage issues on Leduc Lane and Haskett's Drive, and MacDier with Councillors Bocek and Ward Councillor Predko for MacDier. So it was good. I think we have a lot that is coming down the pipeline, certainly for MacDier. It's going to take some time, but it's not only on the sustainability front, but also with Mr. Whitlib, our planning director. We have some projects potentially coming down the pipeline to look at MacDier as a placemaking location with some University of Toronto students in planning and engineering. So we look forward to bringing these opportunities to council later this year. We're also still looking at affordable housing locations in MacDier as a means of generating more critical mass up in that community. And I know that Mayor Kutsia is also working at the district level to try and increase some economic engagement there. So together with Ms. Schneier and with Chair Lehman. And also on the ambulance building front, I know that the district is working in one form or another to repurpose that building, and I know that we're in the closing stages. We don't have any final details yet, but hopefully in the near future we'll be able to announce some positive news for that building. And last but not least, I'd like to say that the reason why our fire chief is not here is because he's up north. The province has asked him to be the incident commander for the evacuation of a First Nation community that council may have heard up in Fort Albany that has been flooded. So he's in Sudbury right now, which to me means a lot and says a lot about the quality of the staff that we have. And a lot of it, of course, is due to training. So I will leave you with that. Thank you.
I think, Theo Mariotti, you remind me of the letter we received from one of our constituents where a fire was responded to on, I believe it was Go Home Lake, and how much praise was in that letter. Chief Building Officer Nicholson. Did you do anything last year, you and your department?
A little bit. Can I share my screen, Karen? I'm not sure if I can still get my notes, but we'll give it a go. Do I have to send it to you? Hold on. Hey. All right. I'm going to guess everybody, this was their favorite report to read because nobody, no MAT tax. Everybody loves money numbers and statistics. I'm going to keep this very short. And I'm hoping my notes show up on my end, which they did not. All right. So the Ontario Building Code Act requires that we report on revenues, costs, and our building reserve every year to council. As you can see, our revenues from 2024 were $562,770.25. Our total costs were $633,328.59. This left us in a shortfall of $70,558.34. And then we also, as you heard from the report this morning on the audit, that we found out another fun fact of something that we didn't know about, where they were talking about implementing deferred fees in relation to building permits, which basically breaks down to, as we had to assign a number to it, if permits were done in the year they were issued, they wanted us to transfer some fees further on down the road. I cannot tell you any building department that is happy with this. But anyway, so as of that, we actually had to transfer from our revenues an extra $156,059, which then were put into our revenue for this year. So through this lovely thing of accounting, you can see that our actual reserve at the beginning of the year was at $755,242.06. We did take out $41,000 and change. I just won't keep going through all the numbers for a vehicle replacement. And then the total of those other two numbers, which were our net shortfall and the deferred revenue, we had to remove that at a total of $226,617.34, which left our reserve this year with a closing balance of $487,296.90. Now I'm going to bore you with statistics. These are just a few charts that can just show you over the years how things are kind of decreasing since, towards the end of COVID and so on. You can see as from right to left is current to 2021. As you can see that the construction value has diminished, as well as our revenue has gone down. Those two things generally go hand in hand, as well as we have some developments that we're hoping start to move forward sooner rather than later. A lot of our budgeting for last year was based on one in particular that hasn't moved forward as of yet. Here you can see the number of permits versus the number of inspections. So last year we did only issue 410 permits, but you can see the number of inspections has continued to go up. We are constantly trying to address the open permits that we do have in this office. They tend to become a bit of a liability the older they get, and we're trying to address that as we can. Unfortunately, with such a short construction season and a lot of people being obviously seasonal and water access, it makes it rather difficult for us to use the whole 365 days a year to get a lot of this done. And in the end, you have, this is just basically our compliance issues. I know there was a bit of a mistake on the report for our stop work orders for 2024. I can clarify that if anybody really wants to know the issues. But as you can see, we received 63 complaints. Last year, we issued 58 order to complies. Some of those would have also had to do with septic reinspection as well, so they weren't all in relation to just the actual building complaints that were received. We did place 7 stop work orders on the properties, which meant they were actually in the midst of construction. It wasn't something that was found after the fact. And we did take 15 compliance issues to court, and we did actually, those all ended up in guilty pleas. So we ended up with some fines in those areas. And I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Well, thank you very much. One comment I'm going to make before I turn it over to council, and that is you were mentioning how the building permits have gone down a little bit, but I noticed the planning applications have now started picking up again. So I'm thinking you might get busier fairly soon.
I hope so. It's actually started to pick up in the past week and change.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
I'm just going back to your pie chart, the compliance issues that were, and the numbers that were, well, I can't remember the number that was, how many compliance issues that transpired have been resolved?
There's still quite a few outstanding. That's part of our process for this year, because the problem is a lot of these people, when it's throughout the year, so we have to use this year to try and gain compliance with those as well, because they're gone all winter. So it's hard for them to do a lot of what they need to do in relations to getting planning approval, which is problem number one, and then to get their construction details, because if they haven't built the plans or things like that, then they have to wait till they can access the property.
And you said a number of them were septic related.
Some of them were, yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers right with me, but some of them were septic related.
I'd just be curious to see what the breakdown is. It's not urgent or anything like that,
No,
but I'm curious.
I can send that out.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that report. I just sort of was looking at the graphs that you showed us. Did I basically see, though, that from that 4-year period that it was down about 40% revenue? I just did it in my head really quickly, but it looks like about 40%.
No, I don't think it's that much. Hang on. It could be close, but unfortunately, you're going to have to give me 1 second so I can get my mouse, because it actually is broken down right in the actual report itself. And if my mouse would kindly help me out, which it's not going to. I don't know, Karen, if you can, would you be able to bring up the report by any chance? Oh, wait, hang on a second here. Oh, sorry, no, I think I've managed it. So revenue, I can go to, what were we at this? So this year, I think we said it was 500 and around 62,000. So it's gone back. So 2021, it was about 984. But that was in prime COVID, where we all know everything cost an arm and a leg, and there was a lot of money come in. But in 2020, it was only $507,000. So COVID kind of brought us up, and now it's starting to go back down again.
Okay, but we, regardless from the high, we've gone down about 40%, something like that. Close.
Close.
Yeah, I hope it comes back. Going back, you may or may not recall this, but if you went back 5, 6, 7, 8 years, what was our average in there? Were we?
It was lower.
Lower than where we are now?
It was lower than 2027, so that was 507,000. So I would have to go back, and
I'm
it's
just curious.
Yeah.
No big deal. Just
I don't keep those numbers in my head, thank God.
Okay. I don't expect you to carry all these numbers in your head, although come on now. I'm kidding.
All right, thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Some questions with regards to, I guess, the future. I do see that there was a $200 and some odd shortfall with regards to the reserve fund. I also see that there was a $70K or about $70,000 shortfall in permit fees.
That's the total. So there was a $70,000 shortfall in permit fees. We had to defer the rest of that 220,000. That what was 156 because of new accounting
156 was
rules.
deferred.
So it's actually got now. It's in the beginning of this year.
Right, and so a couple of questions with regards to that. It seems like, as the chart suggested, the one that you had shown, that there's quite a bit of fluctuation with respect to demand for permits. And some can argue it's macroeconomic headwinds that we've seen as a result of, I guess, the demand for permits this past year, and hence the decrease in interest. But how do we plan on forecasting accurately going forward as to what those demands are going to look like? And what can we do aside from raising fees and taxes to address those fluctuations and shortfalls? Thank you.
So, through your worship to Councillor Graziano, when you're doing building, it really is, you're guessing. There's really no hard forecasting to it. It's a very difficult thing to do. That's why we carry a reserve in cases like this. Now, in the report, it does say that at some point we are going to address building permit fees, because the whole point of charging, what the building code requires you to do, is charge enough fees to cover the cost of doing the job. So at some point this year, we will be doing a report. We will be looking at that to see if our fees need to be increased to cover the service that we need to provide here. And if so, then the whole idea is that we don't end up in taxation, that our department, so the cost of building covers itself.
If I may, Your Worship, as a follow-up, and thank you. So two things on that, and thank you for clarifying. One, I believe that a report was already provided to us by staff, specifically vis-a-vis the consulting company that had compared planning fees, and I think it was about 3 months ago that we received that report. And for life of me, I can't remember the name of the company that did it, where they did compare everything. And I'm curious to know where we are with respect to other municipalities, and I'll refer back to that if someone has it, if for quick reference, perhaps they can answer that. Second to that, again, the recommendation was to increase fees, or suggests that perhaps that is going to be the recommendation, and that would be, from my perspective, an increase in taxation, specifically with regards to increasing fees. So do you recall what that consulting company had advised?
So through your worship to Councillor Graziano, there were a few fees that were implemented. They were very minor in nature that were increased for that. The only other one that wasn't increased was the septic reinspection fee. And that is because we're trying to alter the program so we can set it up into zones, because right now we were just picking certain areas and we don't want it to be unfair across the board. So we're setting it up so we know where we're going every 5 years, so then people are going to know what they're going to get charged. I can't speak as too much to when the consultation was done with regards to building permit fees, but they will be addressed, and as much as we can compare to our neighbors, it needs to cover our costs. That's how the building code is written. So the building code act says you charge the fees to cover your costs. So we can look at the neighbors. Normally, that's what most municipalities do when they're reviewing fees, is to ensure that they're not obviously well above and beyond everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one comment. You made reference to planning fees, but you meant building fees?
Building fees, my apologies.
Okay, so I just want to make sure there's no
Yes,
confusion.
and I used them interchangeably, but perhaps I shouldn't have, so correct. Yes, thank you.
All right.
I knew what you meant.
All right, next on my list is Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, my question, I guess it's going to be shared between our building CBO and our Director of Finance, and it's really to do with the deferred revenue. So just like to understand a little bit process-wise, because the building permit, I guess, is open for 3 years or X number of years, on and on and on.
It's open until it's closed.
Until it's closed. So when you're triggering the deferred revenue, I mean, if they don't start the building permit for 3 years, are you deferring this revenue until you get a sense that they are beginning, or is it just the first year that you're doing this? Ms.
Thank
Raddick?
you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to Councillor Predko. There was a new PSAP standard that came through for 2024. And the idea is when we collect building permit revenues, there's an obligation for us. So that obligation is to perform a service or an inspection. And we are now not allowed to take it into revenue until we have performed that obligation. So in discussion back and forth with our auditor, we did decide, because we don't know how many inspections are required to close it, we made an assumption that if one inspection has been completed, we will be taking that permit revenue into revenue for that year. But if no inspection has been completed, we will defer it to the following year, and each year we reevaluate at year end.
Okay, thank you. As I was wondering about the permits that I know you have going for 25 years. So if you need to recognize that at the beginning. And then a follow-up to that is that, so the impact to our financial statements of the budget is a 2025 hit, because this year we'll be rolling forward a certain percentage of the building fees this year to next year, and this will be an ongoing thing now that we won't see the reserves getting hit in quite the same way.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Predko. So I guess technically you can look at it as a hit because we didn't have 2024. We didn't reinstate the prior year's fees. We just started with the end of 2024's and not 2023, and so on and so forth. But the idea is that it would never impact taxes, because the building reserve and the building department essentially should recoup from within itself.
Okay, all right, thank you. And that prevents me asking one more question during the financial results discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. I yield myself to Councillor Cooper if you want, because you were first. But
Councillor Cooper's already spoken in this round.
oh, okay. My question is to our building department. Does the number reflect the gross revenues collected, or is there still a fair amount sitting in accounts receivable for issues that are held up in the OLT or in the court systems?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bocek, we don't accept building permits until they already have a zoning certificate, which means they have their planning approval. That was implemented last July.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a couple comments and go for round two. I mean, I respect the fact that the policy has changed with regards to building fees, and so we have a one-time, I'll call it timing difference, and so going forward we won't be hit the same way, and it'll vary. I find it interesting how you had to arbitrarily say, well, if one inspection has taken place, then it started, whereas we know there are many in operation where one inspection has taken place and 2 or 3 more will be required the following year. So it's anyway. Accountants are such a pain when they create these new rules, aren't they? I found it very interesting looking at this report, especially when I started looking at prior years. And it's interesting in my mind to note that in 2020, 410 permits worth $29 million, and 2024, 410 permits worth $38 million. So it is not just the number of permits, the value goes up because it costs that much more to build. And I think that's, and not, it could quite possibly, the bigger builds require more inspections. It's hard to say, but I know that you're allowed to charge based on the value of the build, which is not what we're allowed to do necessarily in planning, which is a little bugaboo of mine, but that's nothing to do with building. So no, but I appreciate that, and the you know, when you look at the values and the number of permits, yes, there has been a, you know, I'll call it 20% fluctuation up and down, but that's, yeah, that's still going to keep our building department busy, and I'm very much appreciative that we do have our building department making sure that our structures don't fall down. And unfortunately, as the ice storm has proven to us, there are a number of structures that weren't built according to standards, and we know what happened to some of those buildings, which is very unfortunate. Councillor Cooper.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And you sort of touched on something I wanted to come back to and just say that, there was some commentary about evaluating our performance against other municipalities. And I just have a little sort of suggestion for you. And I do speak a little bit from experience, having in my past life managed anywhere from 50 to 100 operations, and you have to figure out what really counts in terms of what's involved in the work required, etc. So one of the things that was just came up was talking about, the mayor was talking about the number of permits. I think that's a more useful measurement than the total dollars of the bills in terms of evaluating how we would operate. I know I was saying something important, but really. Whoa. Oh, capital punishment. There we go. Oh, generator, I suspect.
Probably powering up Go Home Lake.
So anyway, my quick suggestion for you is simply that if you were to look at, it's important to look at similar places, which is very difficult for the township of Georgian Bay because we have such a mix. It's an incredible mix. But having said that, even within our district, we do have municipalities that are somewhat similar. The two that I can think of offhand are basically Lake of Bays and Muskoka Lakes. But I would take a look at the archipelago and maybe Seguin and so on, ones that are more what I would call rural and waterfront as opposed to others. But the number of permits for sure is a very good measurable, unless you can find another one. But I don't think that the dollars related to the permits, because you're always going to have much higher numbers on average in Muskoka Lakes, for example, than you'd have here.
So through your worship to Councillor Cooper, we actually have what's known as an Ontario Building Officials chapter. So we're in close contact with every single municipality. We all belong the same. We have monthly meetings. All the CBOs of that chapter actually share all this information already. So we already have each other's building bylaws. We have fee breakdowns. We have these discussions about what's similar, what's not. So that'll all be taken into account.
So my final point would be then maybe next year with your report, if you could pull in a little bit of that sort of comparable information, I think that might be useful for our council to evaluate how we're doing. And, just because the volume's gone down from the COVID times is maybe not that relevant, but there are number of permits which may be much more relevant.
Yeah,
so.
and it has gone down across the board for everybody. It's not just here.
Right, and all I'm suggesting is for us to see some data related to other municipalities might be helpful. Thank you.
Just I want to make a couple final comments too. One is I think we also have to recognize that a cost faced by our building department, and not most, is that numerous of their permit the inspections require a boat. And that's a burden that the majority of building officials in this province don't face, and it consumes time and cost. The other thing I wanted to mention is, because I was looking at this report, and I think it was Councillor Jarvis that brought this up, but I noticed in 2024 complaints, you note that 31 of them were in regards to short-term rentals, mostly undersized septic systems. 12 were regarding septic systems, and 20 were building without a permit. So if I do my math, we're talking roughly 2/3 of the complaints they're dealing with, almost 2/3 are septic complaints as opposed to anything else. So clearly the septic inspection is a key component of what they're doing. All right, I'm not seeing any more hands. And so I'm going to go to this motion that is moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Hazelton, Be it resolved that council receives the 2024 Building Department year-end report for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Let's see if we can get the audit year-end results discussion, and if we can't do it in 15 minutes, then we're going to break it up. On your mark, go.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and to members of council. So I know you heard Rebecca MacDonald, our auditor, speak earlier today, and she outlined our audited financial statements in terms of the accrual basis of accounting. So my report outlines them in terms of the cash basis of accounting. So I'm here today to present the results of the township's audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2024, and to seek council's direction on how to allocate the remaining accumulated surplus. At year end, the township is reporting an operating deficit at approximately $728,000. However, it's important to note that we've been carrying an accumulated surplus since 2022 of about approximately $1.1 million. After applying this year's deficit, we're left with the remaining $425,000 for council to allocate. So let me briefly just identify a few factors that contributed to the 2024 deficit. First, the budget included a planned reduction of $495,000, under the salaries and benefits line due to an applied attrition rate. Technically, this is a good news story since we have maintained a full staff complement throughout the year, which also reflects positively on staff retention as well. But it also means that we didn't realize the savings that we had anticipated in the budget. Second, legal fees exceeded budget projections by approximately $783,000. The majority of these costs were related to planning-related matters. Council is aware of these through closed session meetings. Given the remaining surplus of just over $425,000, staff are recommending that council consider allocating these funds in two ways: 50% to the tax rate stabilization reserve, and that's just to help smooth out any future budget pressures, and 50% to a newly created legal planning reserve to help offset any legal expenses that are ongoing. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, is that your new hand or an old hand?
I'll take my old hand down.
Okay, Councillor Graziano, I know that's a new hand.
Thank you, Worship. And as I wait for my colleague to take his old hand down, no pun intended. No pun intended. A couple of things I wanted to draw reference to the earlier delegation with regards to our financial statements, and it seems like overall there's positive growth from what I'm seeing with regards to our financial health. However, both assets and revenues, but I'm curious to know what and how, if possible, are we going to cover future expenditures without further taxing residents? Again, and I think you can see a common theme here with respect to taxation and my perspective on taxation. Given their fiscal performance, how are we going to ensure that they receive a return on their past investments and or current investments? And then secondly, again, referring back to the delegation, there was a reinstatement in 2023. If memory serves me correctly, and that reinstatement involved correcting errors. Is that correct? I'm wondering, how are we going to ensure that our financial statements are as accurate as possible going forward? So those are two questions, and I have another question with regards to your report that I'd like to come back to. So over to you on those two items first.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano. 2023's audit did reflect an error. That was my first year reporting on the financial statements. However, I was not here during the year to ensure that, but we have put in additional controls, internal controls in place. And I do believe we have added staff that are increasingly knowledgeable in the area of ensuring that those types of errors and omissions do not occur. We do work closely with our auditor, and 2024 there were no misstatements. So part of my job is to ensure that those internal controls are working appropriately, and I have staff ensuring that we are following proper internal control policies as well. Going back to your first question, how do we ensure that we don't tax additional? Just to clarify, is that correct?
Yeah, given our fiscal performance, I don't want to see an additional taxation this year. We've been increasing 5.9%, I think, on average year over year, and of course it compounds year over year. And so I'm concerned that given the performance that we're seeing so far by way of revenue and assets, whether this year we can actually offer somewhat of a net neutral, for our constituency.
So that's a difficult question. There are things in the 2024 financial statements that you'll see have been outside of our control, and some of those are the legal fees that we've experienced. Obviously, those are situations that we wouldn't have budgeted for, and hence why I am recommending that we put in place a potential reserve so that we could fund those increases that are not planned for out of a reserve rather than see them fall through and provide a deficit at the end of the year. There's other situations where we've started, for the budget of 2025, we looked at reducing the attrition rate, simply because we do understand that we are a full staff complement and we are doing a great job retaining staff. And so trying to reduce that attrition rate, I think, will help, but that is a phased approach based on what was approved by council. And so you will potentially still see a deficit in 2025 as a result of that attrition rate. There was also another balancing to the budget that took place in prior years, and that is also being phased out as well. So there are a few nuances within the budget that kind of crept up, that have been there due to past practices. So my goal is to ensure that we move forward with slowly phasing those items out so we don't have to rely on them, and then ensuring that we plan for appropriate activities to proceed and we appropriately budget for them to ensure that we have a budget that reflects the actual activity. So I guess that's the difficult part, is sometimes municipalities plan for things, but there are unforeseen costs and they may result in additional expenses.
Thank you, Ms. Radigan. And on that note, there's a couple of comments that you made there. One with regards to the increase in intellectual horsepower, which is what I'm kind of guessing is going to mitigate future issues. And I hope that in combination with yourself, your team can find ways to ensure that this year we won't increase. There was a concern with regards to the overage in legal fees, and I'm starting to get somewhat concerned with respect to the overages and legal fees. I understand that a lot of it is the cost of doing business, and we can't mitigate it. But with that said, I wonder if there's means of which to implement some kind of expense controls and some oversight with regards to legal. As it stands right now, I don't believe council receives reports on the costs, at least a running cost or a tally month over month as to what we're seeing in legal fees and where it's getting allocated to and so on. And I'd love to have some kind of spreadsheet perhaps that will provide us with that detail on, what is planning based legal expenses versus non-planning based legal expenses, and what the overall municipality is paying towards legal. Second to that, we've had discussions in the past with respect to in-house legal counsel, and we're at $750,000 in overage this year. So what is our total legal expenditures this year right now, if I can? So far to date?
In 2025?
Correct.
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but I can provide that to you.
Okay, but we are over by about $750,000.
For 2024, correct.
Correct. We were over by $750,000. Correct. And my question is whether it's time to dust off that conversation again and look at in-house legal counsel as a means of which to control the expenses, because this is becoming a ballooning issue. And if we don't address this sooner rather than later and find means in which to address this, we're just going to continue to see increases. And I don't, frankly speaking, believe that a $500,000 reserve fund is going to cut it, given the amount of litigation that comes our way and the costs associated with litigating and defending. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Just one note, and thank you for bringing up the attrition rate line item. And I know that was something that came before your time, and you argued heavily against it in the 2025 year. And I guess my question is, will we be able to get some reports to look at our progress through the year for budget to actual variances, especially as we get to 2026 planning and we know how well we're doing on our attrition rate? And I think it's fantastic we're fully staffed, but I do realize it causes an issue, and probably in 2025 as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Predko. Fantastic question, because I just finished our quarterly review and we are in the process of reviewing it with senior management, and that'll be coming forward for the June meeting of council.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship. Unfortunately, we don't have a solicitor on our staff here, so maybe this question can't be answered, but I'll put it to our treasury anyways. Perhaps Councillor Cooper can remember this, that a few terms ago, in legal matters, in order to control costs, council took a position of no comment when it came to OLT. In other words, in the minor issues, when we were taken to the OLT, we didn't hire a lawyer. We just said we had no position on it. And then we let the OLT decide, because they're going to decide anyways. So we're spending a whole lot of money just to get rejected at the OLT. We have some bigger issues that we need to defend at the OLT, and we can spend the money that way. But the ones we know we're going to be defeated on, and we just took a position of no defense, and we didn't put out any money for lawyers. And again, it's because the OLT is going to rule whatever way they want to rule, regardless if we represent ourselves or not. So it may be something to look at in the future.
CEO Marriott, are you going to make the comment I'm going to make? Go ahead. Okay, I'm just going to say we have in closed session received advice on various files as to odds, if I can use that expression, and sometimes the legal advice we have had is not to pursue certain matters further. Other matters, we as council made the decision to pursue further. So I think that we have to recognize that a lot of this legal expense were in regard to certain files that we as a council made the decision to pursue further. And obviously expenses go with that. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with your statement, but at the same time, those lawyers that are making those recommendations to us to not pursue it further are charging us a huge amount of money. And if we simply as a council take no position on it, in other words, we're not going to take a position, OLT can make their decision by themselves without us, it saves us. I think I could go back and figure out the amount it saved us 2 terms ago, but it was huge. So it's just a concept.
Yeah. No, and it's up to us as files come forward.
Yes, thank you.
CEO Marriott.
Yeah, further to your comments, Mayor Couture, we've actually started taking it one step further back. Council may or may not recall that Director Whitlib has started including in his reports as to roughly what the costs might be were we to litigate certain matters, just to make council aware or sensitize council to some of the legal costs that might come our way.
Yeah. Councillor Cooper.
Just a point of clarification with respect to legal fees, which was why I wanted to speak. What Councillor Bocek is referring to is a period of 3 years where council had directed our planning staff to make recommendations, but not recommending to defer, to deny, or whatever, but just to make recommendations, not a final recommendation. Yes, here are the reasons you could do this, this, or this, but not say you must or you should be doing this because we support the application. And that's when our fees went from $60,000 or $70,000 a year for many, many years, up to 200,000. That's why we have a budget of 200,000. And guess what? We're at $1 million. So I want to be careful about what I say here, in that some of it should be in closed session, as far as I'm concerned. But we need a strategy to deal with huge amount of overage in legals. And there are some strategies available to us. And I'd be very pleased to have that discussion in close. So I just wanted to clarify that. And my main issue with this, the numbers here is the legals. It's huge. It's massive.
Councillor Jarvis.
A point of clarification within the conclusion itself. And maybe it's just me and my lousy accounting. In the second part of that conclusion, you indicate that transfers from reserves were 2.7, okay, greater than originally planned. Oh, it's the K and the M. I think I just cleared up my own problem. Thank you very much.
Well done. There must be some form of communication that none of us can hear. Yes. I mean, and frankly, our recommendation is basically moving from one reserve to another in effect. I mean, and we can always move those things back and forth. So you're now satisfied that you understand what's going on?
I'm not saying I understand anything any better. I just see the numbers are a little bit different than what I was looking at, because the K and M are quite different. And so 2.7K is significantly different than 4.1 M. So it's okay. I'll just reconsider things. I might have a question later on, but not now.
Well, if nobody has any more questions, I'm going to read the motion. And the motion right now is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that report regarding the audited year-end results as of December 31st, 2024 be received, and that the outstanding accumulated surplus balance of $425,327.06 be allocated as follows: 50% to the legal planning reserve and 50% to the tax rate stabilization reserve. So each of those amounts will be $212,663.53. And the council authorized the creation of a legal planning reserve. Councilor Graziano.
Can I make an amendment? Actually, that's a staff report. I can't make an amendment. Can I?
You can propose an amendment to the motion.
Can I propose an amendment to the motion and have a detailed list provided to us enclosed on a monthly basis as to the spend going forward?
I believe we heard from our director of whatever it is, accounting, no, finance, that she's planning to present a quarterly report next month.
A quarterly report?
And maybe following up from that, that might be the right time to discuss.
Fair, because I mean, if we're going to allocate money to a reserve fund, I'd like to be able to understand where and what it's getting depleted from and where it's going. So I just want to have some controls there. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And you're going to want me to read a closed motion before we disappear? I see, this time I remembered. Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano, whereas section 239.2, I hate reading the whole page, but there we go. Section 239.2 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239.2. And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section 239.2. New site plan control bylaw, an insurance update from financial services, and closed council meetings of April 7th, 2025, and legal files listing. Now be it resolved, the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 1 p.m. All those in favor? All right. We're going to move into closed as a 1. And in the meantime, that gives us 31 minutes to have lunch. Thank you very much. All right. Don't leave your spot now. All right, council, let's get back to it. So moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay does now rise from closed session at 3:34 p.m. 2:34 p.m. Of course, that's what you know, it's the time change. I don't know. Okay, 2:34 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopts the April 7, 2025 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we're going to go to delegation of purchasing authority for the purchase of 2025 pre-approved vehicles. CO Mariotti, I see your name on that report.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So with the tariff issue, there's been a lot of uncertainty, and so we've tried once already through the mechanism that is under the current purchasing policy to purchase vehicles, and we've had no bidders because by the time they give us a price, you just don't know what might happen the following week. So coming here to council to give delegated authority to myself and the director of finance, such that we can just go ahead and get 3 quotes for these vehicles that, as you said, Mayor Coetzee, have already been pre-approved under the 2025 budget anyway. And under the new purchasing policy, this would have been a non-issue. We would have gone ahead and gotten the 3 quotes. But as we stand right now, it would be really good if we could just go ahead and get this over and done with 3 quotes.
All right. Sounds like a reasonable request. Council, any questions or comments? Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council delegate authority to the Chief Administrative Officer and the Director of Finance to execute agreements for the purchase of 3 fleet vehicles, which are pre-approved under the 2025 budget upon receipt of 3 quotes. All those in favor? And that is carried. And if the following items go as quickly, we'll be out of here in no time. All right. Now, given that we're going to be immediately challenged with that comment, CO Mariotti, you're going to talk to us about large item barging request.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So this, so we did get one proposal. We sent the RFP out to 3 local businesses, and 1 came back. And the one proposal that came back was from the business that has been doing this kind of service for many years. And basically, you will see in the financial component of the report that there is a slight discrepancy between a weekday collection and a weekend collection. So in the recent past, we did collect on a weekend, and my ask to council really is as to whether council wishes to spend the extra funds and collect on a weekend, or maintain the status quo that we've had in the last couple of times we've done this, and work on a weekday collection. Now that's for the large item barging. We also have, as of this year, we're taking on board the land-based pickup of large items at Honey Harbour and Go Home Lake. Now, I did speak with one contractor who has worked on this with the district, And this particular contractor tells me that their staff is busy during the week, therefore they would only be able to provide the service on a weekend. So that's kind of a moot point. However, I still want to go out to an RFP and get some quotes, and there might be a difference. But at this time, I don't want to burden council to tell me whether you want to do it on a weekend or a weekday. But I do want to ask for council direction as to whether you wish to go on an every other year pickup like the large item barging, or maintain an every year collection for the land-based, because I will put that in my RFP after council's made their decision.
I'm not about to read this motion as quickly because already I see 3 hands. And we're going to start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. And a question to staff with regards to large item pickup, not necessarily addressing the question at hand, but I do see mentions of COG, Go Home Bay, Honey Harbor, Miners Bay as areas that are slated for pickup. And I just want to confirm that the rest of the inland lakes, specifically 6 Mile Lake, the pool, as well as the river, are all eligible and will receive similar events as well. So have we quoted this out as part of the RFP?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, no, this is, these collections are based on historical collections that the township has made.
So it's exclusive to those areas?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Follow-up question, if I may. Why, if I may ask, do we not also provide the similar service to other water access residents in other areas?
I guess I'll push that back to council.
Historically, it's been provided to communities that have a significant portion of water access only, and I'm going to guess that the demand made by other areas has been minimal, because that's the only explanation I can offer.
Well, if I may, then to make an amendment, can we include those 3 areas that I've identified as part of the future for the RFP?
I see no response from anyone else on that. I think, and I'm going to make this suggestion, and I don't want to step out of turn, but as we are considering all this, I think we also have to consider our overall waste management budget and what level of service we want to provide to our residents and what level of service we do not. With that, I'm going to move on to Councillor Jarvis. You've got the report of CO Mariotti in front of you, and you got the suggestion of Councillor Graziano as well. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment with regards to weekday versus weekend, particularly as it applies to Cognition Go Home, because those are the areas I know. I've been mulling it around a fair bit, and I think we're going to find that there'll be greater uptake on a weekend from the standpoint of putting stuff on the barge than a weekday, unfortunately, which of course would increase the cost. However, it's something we can take to the relative cottage associations and see how they feel about it. I don't see any problem doing that, or maybe that's what we should do first. But again, it's funny because if you were looking at it from doing it on the mainland, like for the Honey Harbor pickup, if it was just available to the cottagers, they'd probably be okay to taking stuff in on a Monday. But from the standpoint of when people are going to be up and can get stuff to a barge, we're looking at weekends. And so from that perspective, and maybe Councillor Cooper and could weigh in on this, but my thinking is the weekend's going to be the best bet.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. A similar comment in terms of day of the week. I think the pickup would be better on the weekend. It's always historically been on a Saturday. And usually the participation rate is somewhere above 25% of the lake brings things to the large item pickup. So in terms of planning and you know, if you consideration for anywhere else in the future, If you can kind of look at 25 to 30% of the population taking advantage of it, that is water access, you might find that helpful. And the only other question I have is there an opportunity for the operator or service provider that we contract with to take the waste to Simcoe or Perry Sound in order to decrease tipping fees that we might incur in the township, in the district of Muskoka?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Kutia, absolutely, yes. They're not, they would not be bound to dropping material off at the district landfill.
So we might see a savings there.
Likely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think, well, the weekend might be somewhat more convenient for some and maybe not necessarily for others. You know, a lot of the property owners that I know out in coastal Georgian Bay, a lot of them are retired or run their own agendas. So I think they can probably make it during the week. The only thing I would suggest, and I'm sure my friends in Gohan Bay may not want to hear this, but 12 users in 1 year is pretty low. And I think that should be every other year at least, because that's not particularly active, let's put it that way. So I would be inclined to change that. And as far as adding in others, if there's usage, we should consider it. But if we find that after we put something in place that is not being used, we should adjust accordingly. I would suggest that if just looking at these numbers, if they're much less than 50 users, probably it's not getting used enough. So that would just be my little bit of advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. A little bit of history on this that might help some out. Way back when, we decided that anybody with road access was probably better off to take it out the road and take it to the land transfer, as opposed to drag it down to the dock and wait for somebody to show up to pick it up. If you have road access, with 90% of the inland folks do have road access, it's easier just to take it to the Baxter Ward community or Baxter Ward transfer station. When it comes to the islands on Georgian Bay, they don't have any road access. They have no choice but to get rid of their big items through this barge pickup. Now, in the past, a place like Present Island would gather up, they have a lot of residents there, they would gather up all of the stuff, put it in one area, and the barge would come in and pick it all up from that one area, which was very, very handy for the barge operators. So I'm in agreement that if you have access to a road and it can be taken to the dump, that's where it should go. If you don't have a road and you can't, it needs to be picked up by a barge. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't heard from Councillor Hazelton. Do you want to comment?
My comments really relate to the fact that although we provide the service and we haul away a lot of stuff, it seems like it's a very expensive process to be township initiated. And I don't know why it's so expensive, but where you have a significant volume of properties that use it, I think that it's something we should entertain. I'm not against doing it every other year. What I see in the community is where there is a large item pickup, whether it's bins at Honey Harbor and people bring things in via their boats, or whether it's a barge service. There is a lot of neighborhood help to bring material in. It's not just simply one person, one boater bringing material to the destination. It's, you know, if somebody's got a boat that's got the capacity to put all kinds of stuff on, like a pontoon boat, then it gets loaded up, and you know you're essentially essentially servicing 3 or 4 or 5 other properties. So I think there's value in that, but I also think that alternate years is a good strategy for minimizing cost.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a service that our residents quite appreciate, but I also have to think we have to consider the cost and the use. And for instance, if I looked at Cognachine, the stats, if I read them correctly, was 52 people took advantage of this, and it cost $20,000. So we're talking $450 per resident. And then you can multiply that by 4 if you want to go home bay. If you use 12 residents and it costs us $30,000, I mean, it's getting ridiculous. In other words, what I'm saying is, for those residents of Go Home Bay, it almost makes more sense for them to pool 3 or 4 people to pool their resources, get somebody to take a small boat out to take the half dozen appliances, and it's far more efficient than us putting a barge there with numerous staff people, given the volume. Obviously, when I look at these numbers, the one that's most appreciated is the Go Home Lake, because I think it said here 100 people. Did I read 100? Use it. I mean,
They're coming down on their boats to the marina.
Yeah.
So you're not mobile barge.
Yeah, no, there's no barges involved. I mean, I found these quotes here. You say district used to budget 100%. Was that for 2? So they would be charging $50,000 for a Go Home Lake pickup, and for half that price, we were able to get a barge out to Cognachine. There's something wrong with those numbers, and we know partially what that is. I'm not criticizing you, CO Mariotti, but at least we're getting better value for our dollar when it comes to the Go Home Lakers, and I think that should help us. I mean, if Go Home Bay were to have one every 5 years, then they might get the same volume as Cognachine having one every 2 years, if you know what I mean. Just doing the math with these numbers.
They could go down.
Or they could, yes. Yes. Depending upon the weather that day, of course, in the water.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see that little tinny with the fridge in it trying to go over some of the. Anyway, that's another story. So to me, we have to be careful in how we do this, and in that I'm definitely not in favor of every year, because there's just not the volume, and that will include Honey Harbor. The only one that may have the volume to justify every year would be Go Home Lake, in my take. And again, I don't know, and CO Mariotti, I'm throwing this back at you, I'm afraid, is to what degree was the capacity of the trucks used to haul the stuff away utilized? I mean, in other words, if we need 2 trucks for every second year when I Go Home Lake, what's the difference between having 1 truck every year, if you follow my thoughts? And with that, I'm going to go back around. So we're going to, Predko, Graziano, Cooper is how I have the hands at this point. Councillor Predko, please.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. In my recollection, the first year I was on council, and the large item pickup is a big deal on Go Home Lake, as a quarter of the people do take advantage of it every year. And I have asked every year at council of Mr. Mariotti what the status is, because we've gone through post-COVID getting it reestablished. I believe the price has gone up significantly every year. I think the first year that I asked Mr. Mariotti, he told me it was about $50,000 that the district was charging us for the 2, and then the next year it was $75,000, and this year it became $100,000. That's my recollection, but I don't know if that's 100. My recollection could be faulty, but it has gone up significantly since I started on council. And that's why I think there is opportunities to make it more cost effective if we're taking it on ourselves and tipping it elsewhere. The one thing I think that we will see a larger utilization across the township this year is because of winter snow load damage and the damage to older accessory structures that didn't survive the winter. I know that there are a number on Go Home Lake, and there's collapsed bunkies and various other buildings that that debris is going to get picked up somewhere, somehow, and large item pickup is one of those places. Metal, they take metal and furniture. So if that stuff is from within those dwellings, they will take it away. So it not construction waste, but but metal and other furniture items. So I think it will be an important year that we do provide this, especially on the inland lakes. I'm not sure about the outer lakes, but I think the snow load will have taken its toll across the district or the township. And I think that was the only two comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and I would agree. The volume on my lakes, specifically within my ward, will likely not be that high and likely could be candidates for once a term of council. I know that the Severn River has 100% water access, amongst the pool having a sizable portion of water access people as well, as does 6 Mile Lake. And so as candidates for this particular program, I would advocate for once every 5 years. And to Councillor Predko's comments, there's going to be specifically this year a lot of debris that's needed to be picked up because of the impacts that we've seen with the ice and snow. A lot of garages have collapsed, a lot of eaves have come down, and so I suspect my constituents would need help as soon as possible with potential large item pickups for at least this particular year, and then likely would fall back for another 4 years or so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just remind us all that I think we want to try and keep our costs down for sure, but not our service if we can avoid it. So in the case of, for example, Go Home Lake, the marinas are relatively close. So if there's a truck at a marina, you can go in with your large item and drop it off. One of the things that happens with the remote communities, water access, is they have large bodies of water to go over to get to the barge. So you may need to have a barge in a few of the communities. I don't know, Councillor Graziano, that necessarily we need barges in Little Lake or Gloucester Pool, etc., because frankly there are marinas there where people could go and drop off their large items. So I think those are the kind of things that we need to think about to keep the costs down. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship. To Councillor Cooper, fair point, and I would agree that perhaps some of the residents can bring their garbage to the marinas as they're not traversing such a harsh, body of water. However, please note that the marinas are far and few between, and we would have to capture consent from the marinas, one of which I think is currently concerned with the municipality and may provide some resistance. The others may not and be welcoming to the idea. We also have public launches, especially on 6 Mile Lake, that could be collection sites as well. Regardless, it'll also help perhaps feed the microeconomy, specifically in smaller barge providers that locals can acquire their services for to bring their larger stuff over. But where I'm concerned is that my constituents, once they get that large debris to to the land, if they have a small eco vehicle, where are they going to put it? In their trunk? And so, how do they get it to perhaps a Baxter transfer station or somewhere else? And this is a concern. So perhaps we do get, a bin and or some kind of provider at the launches.
It's just like they have in many harbors.
Right.
Drive in, there's a truck there.
Right. Exactly my point. But as long as we can, and in some circumstances that may not be possible just because of the relationships with some of the local marinas. Thank you.
Councillor Predko. Okay. Well, Council, right now, I have a motion in front of us that's asking us to do two things. One is as regards to the barge service, whether we are looking at a weekday or a weekend. day. And the second is with regards to large item collection, whether we're looking at annually or every second year. So yeah, I want comments now very specific to what we're trying to decide at this point. Councillor Bochek.
I would tend to vote for a weekday, and the reason for that is usually the island population will gather things up and put it in one place. The staff on the barge actually goes and grabs it and brings it onto the barge. So if we did it during the week, Monday or Tuesday, all the cottagers and that can bring all their stuff to the shoreline and leave it there. And because this isn't garbage, this is metal and wood and heavy stuff. So for me, for the cost difference, it would be very advantageous to do it during the week instead of weekends.
Just for clarification, large item pickup is appliances and furniture, not, I'll call it wood as in construction material.
Right. I just mean there won't be household garbage there that the bears are going to run through. So it's okay to do on a weekday.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm going to agree and suggest that I'm sure we can deal with a weekday to pick up. Certainly in Cognizine, I think we can discuss with Go Home what they want to do. But I'm thinking that anything for them maybe another year or two down the road, if at all. So, but again, a weekday would be fine.
And then every other year for Honey Harbor and Miners Bay?
Whatever works for the inland crew here works for me. I'm not going to object one way or the other. I will comment though further that the island community is, particularly in Cognizine, does not have a central spot where they can pile stuff to be put onto a barge later on. I think the last time we did it was almost across dock or right at the barge. People drop stuff, and that seemed to work. So that's the way it would go.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
You get a lot of usage. So I would be saying that at, Go Home Lake, for example, that in time, that those numbers may come down somewhat because it's a relatively new service and people are clearing out all those large items that they've had collected for a number of years. So it's just worth considering. But the other, you asked for some feedback, and I would recommend that I still go with the comments that I made, which are there'll be land-based service in some communities where they can get to relatively easily to a marina, and where they can't, the only one I can really think of is Present Island, Go Home Bay, and Cognizine, and Go Home Bay with the usage should be probably every 2, if not 3 years, because the Go Home Bay people on a decent day can get to Cognizine. The final point I'll make is that in Cognizine we had to change the program and couldn't leave barges. We did leave a barge a couple of times, and the family that hosted it had a terrible mess at their property because people were throwing stuff on the barge, but half of it was ending up on shore. So they have to be staffed. So the barges are actually staffed now and taking in the goods as opposed to having it thrown onto a barge or on land. So that's the other little nuance that we learned in the Cognizine area. Thank you.
Exceptionally disappointing nuance, but nonetheless has to be taken into consideration. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I would rely on the insight and experience of the coastal councillors in terms of days of the week, and if they think that the weekday is going to work for their residents, I'm obviously completely supportive of that approach. I would also hope that in the RFP that goes out for the inland lakes, there maybe is an option to look at what the savings are. I'm hoping they're going to be considerable compared to the district, and as well as what opportunities there would be then to extend that to a launch on 6 Mile Lake or Gloucester Pool. But the one I would appreciate if we could at this point maintain a yearly schedule for Go Home Lake, especially in 2025 when we also have lakeside collection coming into place, and there's a great fear of decreased service levels for no improvement in our taxation levels. So I would prefer to not go there this year, and we'll see how participation works out this year and plot a path forward after that.
You do want to go there.
All right. So what I'm hearing at this point is there seems to be more or less a consensus, more or less, because I'm not sure I really have one, but for barging to take place on a weekday and for the large item collections in Honey Harbor and Miners Bay to continue annually for now, because that can always be changed next winter. So I'm going to say moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with the 2025 large item barging on a weekday, and that council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at Honey Harbor and Miners Bay in 2025 and to continue the collection annually. All those.
Point of order. Sorry. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
And that is?
I'd asked for an amendment to include.
I don't recall you asking for amendment, but you do have the opportunity now to do so.
I am doing so. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Seeking to include in that a list of the inland lakes, specifically 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and the river, which would likely be fed through the same marina if we are able to solidify an agreement with a marina.
So, and the council directs staff to issue an RFP for collection on 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and the river?
Including the others, yes. Correct. Thank you.
This would be a third paragraph, in other words.
Fair, yes.
Okay. And that, I'll say, and the council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection for 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and the river.
What is
Severn River. And can you read the motion in its entirety again, please?
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you.
Just clarification, is that annually A, as adding a clarification, B, is it going to be a truck pickup at a landing, something, so we're talking barging, very different kettle of fish.
And the third thing with that is because this was not in our original budget, would that then be coming to council for consideration?
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, through you to members of council. If council is contemplating increasing a dollar value to procure goods that was not currently budgeted for, I would recommend council provide those funds in this motion and recommend it to be funded by reserves for this year. And if it's something proceeding into years.
I'm thinking that probably the most practical then is to have two separate motions. Okay, so the first motion is going to be as originally read, and the second motion is going to have our clerk's going to modify it so it rings much better than me making the words up for your proposed amendment. Let's make that a second motion.
Your worship, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. According to our Director of Finance, perhaps we can just simply say that the funding for the RFP come from reserves, and it simplifies everything.
Well, but I would like to do, I think it's appropriate for us to separate the two motions, and I'd like to do the one motion, and then we'll see what modifications of any.
Fair. Then what I'm going to request is a registered vote for Honey Harbor, Miners Bay, and a registered vote for the inland lakes as well, please. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Would like to repeat, I'd like specifics related to that second motion.
Okay.
In other words, is it every other year? Is it every year? Is that
once a term of council?
Sorry?
Once per term of council.
And where would be, is it barging or is it?
Well, this is something I think staff would likely have to determine as part of the RFP because I don't know the relationships with the marinas. And so.
Through your could see there is, and I guess my question is.
Okay, let's have one discussion, please. And we have to make sure we include people's mics on to get the.
Yeah, so this is all new information that's coming through. So to Councillor Cooper's point, is it barged or is it land-based pickup? And I wasn't aware that 6 Mile, Gloucester and the River Severn had a large water access only community. So I'll have to find out some logistical avenues because you need to find space to store the bins, et cetera, which a marina may well be able to do. We haven't required the use of a marina to or entered into any agreements with marinas until now, so we'll have to look into this.
Yeah. Obviously, it'll take a little digging. Councillor Bochek.
Further to Councillor, I'm sorry, through you, Your Honor. Further to Councillor Cooper, it's very important that we understand whether this is a barge pickup or a bin at a marina because it's very, very different. And if we're going to vote on it here today and then figure out if it's barge or bins later, it could be a way over cost than what we think. And I think if it was determined now that we were going to put bins at marinas for a heavy pickup, it would be a lot different vote than if we were going to have a barge pickup.
Well, I think would be reasonable is for us to ask, if council so wishes, us ask our CAO to look into possibilities and report back to us. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. The only inland lake that would be in question here would be the pool that also would likely serve the Severn River. 6 Mile Lake has 2 public launches that are owned by the municipality, and so there would be no costs with respect to and no agreements required in order to park a truck, as Councillor Cooper has advised, at one of the public launches and coordinated days. So really the only one in question would be the pool and determining whether or not there's a site that could be there. I also understand that Severn, the township of Severn, has some access that could be potentially utilized if an agreement were to be put in place, whereby there'd be no cost. Because do they not have a launch, Councillor Bochek? I believe yes, and you're shaking your head agreeing to that. Yes, on the top side there.
All right, let's get the first part, the first motion voted upon, and then while our clerk is crafting the second one. So I've moved by Councillor Jarvis, sent by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with the 2025 large item barging on a weekday, and the council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at Honey Harbor and Miners Bay in 2025, and to continue collection annually. All those in. Oh, sorry. Just say 2025 collection and not even put annually, or because we can do it 1 year at a time. Okay. All right. So the second sentence will read that council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at Honey Harbor and Miners Bay in 2025.
Not just those 2 places.
Well, the first paragraph still exists.
Okay.
And Clerk Way is going to see how we all think about that.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Preco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-0.
Councillor Graziano will be moving. Does anyone willing to second that motion? Councillor Bochek, I see your name. Thank you. Sorry, I saw your hand. And what's been crafted by our clerk, be it resolved that council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and Severn River, and that staff investigate options for bin drop-off or barging, and that this be scheduled once per term of council, and that this be funded from tax. Do we need the funding part when we don't know yet what's going to come back to us? No. Well, that's what's been proposed, was once per term.
Well, this is coming back.
This will
Well,
be coming
perhaps we
back
do this for
until
2025.
until we collect information.
Your worship. if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. If we're going to turn this back to council, then I'm going to ask that we address this for 2025, and then every subsequent year we can discuss there further. And then number two, that this come back for council as quickly as possible, as the seasonal cottagers will be returning to their cottages soon, and will likely want to endeavor to do this at some point in this season. So
I don't doubt our CEO will be working on this almost immediately.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is going to be coming back anytime soon, because this is all new information. So if anything, I'll endeavor to bring something back to council maybe in the fall for implementation next year. But based on my workload and other expectations, I think this is going to take some time.
All right, so I have a modified motion moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and Severn River, and that staff investigate options for bin drop-off or barging, and that staff report back the RFP responses for council's consideration. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Being that the Severn River is Township of Georgian Bay and Muskoka Lakes and Severn, all three, right close to the Big Chute, perhaps proof of your address or your identification to prove that you're from Georgian Bay Township, as well as Gloucester Pool and Little Lake. Half is in Severn Township, half is in our township. So I think there should be a mechanism in place that they have to prove their address.
I don't know if that has to be part of our motion at this
Probably
point.
not, but it was a good idea.
Yeah, but it's a valid observation. There's no question. Councillor Graziano.
I do have some concerns with regards to the timeline. And again, the intent is to try to get this done. Last year, I had made mention to being included as part of the pickup as well. We forewent that pickup or that addition to the motion at the time, and so I'd like to include it for this year if possible. So however our clerk wishes to word that, I'll defer to her. But I would like that staff attempt to get this resolved and a pickup scheduled for at some point this summer. Thank you.
So the staff report back our responses for council consideration. Okay. Okay, so what the proposal is, I'm going to read this again. We'll try it this way. Be it resolved that council directs staff to issue an RFP for large item collection at 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and Severn River in 2025, and that staff investigate options for bin drop-off or barging, and that staff report back the RFP responses for council's consideration. All right, I'm going to say all in favor, and Clerk Way is going to determine that.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Petco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-0.
All right, thank you. Now on to food bank update, spring 2025. Director Schneier.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This report follows up to what was in the consent agenda that Councillor Graziano was mentioning earlier today. It's certainly not an exercise of finger pointing towards the district, but rather a discussion about services that have lapsed in the municipality in the last number of years and the relative importance of going back to the district and identifying what needs to happen here in our municipality, especially since we are so far afield from the District of Muskoka. So the reality is that they have been the district has already been extremely helpful and supportive in working with residents who do need support at present. However, there are many terms and conditions that our staff have to meet in order for that to occur. The meeting needs to be booked, an iPad needs to be sorted, a location needs to be found, the resident needs to be at a specific location. The timing needs to be appropriate, and it's not something that our staff can handle because we don't have control over what a resident chooses to do and when they choose to do it. So we would very much like to be hands off from this for the reasons of the logistics, but also because some of these matters are outside of the scope of what our staff person can handle in the food bank. There already is a very delineated line in terms of boundaries of when residents and patrons of the food bank are trying to contact staff, and it is the preference of the municipality to just of our department to have a complete hands-off approach when it comes to anything related to additional services that a resident may require from the district. So I present to you this report, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to bring them forward, and my colleague Tricia Walton can provide some feedback as well.
Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just to follow up to your comments with regards to the to district. Is it your feeling right now the district would be prepared to take on these additional responsibilities? This is I mean, it's a small crisis from the standpoint of the number of people involved, but any homelessness is a crisis as far as I'm concerned, and very concerning. So, will district be able to take this on, and will they be able to handle it?
Through you, Your Worship, this isn't a question we can answer because we don't know the district's workload, but I would say that we are in a crisis with 10 residents that have been deemed homeless. Those are residents from the township of Georgian Bay that have had to be relocated just outside of our community to stay in a hotel, not largely because of the ice storm, but a little bit of impact from that. These residents are walking to the food bank from their location outside of the municipality with wagons and baby strollers, and I would say that we are in a crisis situation. So ultimately, looking at the situation that we are in, we are asking for council's support and blessing, so to speak, to be able to go to the district and say, I know that we're far afield. I know that we have some logistics. Staff cannot help you with those logistics. We need you to level up the services that you're offering here by taking on those logistics yourself.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And I can understand the impacts that this may have on our community. And it is very unfortunate to hear of these stories. Coming back full circle to the SCAG recommendation, specifically in that staff investigate options for social services, and as an example, addiction, mental health, and housing. My understanding is that the addiction and mental health, if and or should be covered under the community paramedicine program as identified as from staff, and when bringing forward the report for my motion to bring in a medical practitioner and or nurse practitioner here in the community. As for housing, I, as the representative of Georgian Bay Township to the Muskoka Housing Task Force, I'm happy to bring this to the attention of our chair and seek an open dialogue in that format to see whether or not there's something that Muskoka can do and that housing task force can offer to help alleviate some of the housing issues that we are confronted with. You know, I understand that staff is also present in that meeting as well, and I think collectively we could probably bring this to the attention of that committee. So I'm wondering if those that offers a better understanding as to where my thoughts are with regards to addiction, mental health, and housing. And I welcome any comments from staff on that. Thank you.
Through you, Worship, I think we need to clarify what kind of services what kind of roadblocks we're hitting with mental health with respect to the services that we're asking the district to offer. We're not looking specifically for mental health counseling or mental health support, but we are dealing with the outcomes of people who are dealing with mental health issues and cannot attend their meetings because of various reasons. And so the reality is that we do not have the skill set to manage the people who have clearly identified themselves to have mental health issues and are unable to make and maintain an appointment. So the time spent to get somebody organized to get to a meeting at a specific time is thwarted by a mental health issue that our staff aren't aware of, nor are we trained to deal with, and the meeting is canceled and various people's times have to be rescheduled. That is a reoccurring situation. In any of that, we're not offering counseling for mental health, but rather dealing with mental health related results. So I think in support of any type of issue that you would like to bring forward for health services in this area, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the outcome of people with mental health issues trying to book a simple appointment. Equally, those same people have trouble getting to the food bank on specific times and days because of a crisis that might occur in their own homes because of mental health. So I hope that clarifies that one piece. With respect to housing, I would think that having the district more engaged with the residents that our food bank is exposing ourselves to, that the staff would be able to provide support as they have in the past years with the municipality by assisting with hotel coupons and other opportunities like relocating to larger cities so that more services are available. I just think that there is a pocket of people that are being underserved because the logistics of it are falling on township staff, and we cannot meet the requirements of those logistics.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Maybe I can add some kind of 30,000-foot context on this. This is a very focused issue related to the food bank that we've become aware because we are now looking after the food bank. And Trish has done a fantastic job of looking after these individuals. And what we're seeing more recently is that there is this subset of people require these additional services that we don't have the capacity. So this report really is more for council's awareness to say, hey, this is happening. We just want to let you know that we're going to interact with the district at a staff level to ask for additional services. However, down the road, it may be that we ask the township council to draft a resolution to give to district council to say, okay, we need support from a professional level. So to Councillor Graziano's point about paramedicine in the community, this is much more of a focused issue that we're dealing with firsthand that we're making council aware of simply.
Thank you. Councillor Bedko.
Yes, thank you. And through you, your worship, I guess what I would like to just ask our Director of Sustainability and our Trish Walton, who's also on the call. Part of what is the concern, I think, is the stress that's being put on the staff at the township level and the workload that is being imposed on them by having to deal with not just the administration of the building, but dealing with the people in the community as well. And is this, in your report, you talk about how the district has moved away from actively supporting the food bank. Is this a moment to not just initiate the conversation with them about training and support for dealing with people in the community with different types of issues, but also having them on site to help manage the food bank and actually deal with some of those issues as well?
Through your worship, so to clarify, this is not the service that the municipality is intending to be involved in beyond providing food bank services. There are already well-trained professionals within the district that can do that. And while we can spend a significant amount of time training Tricia to do this, her skill set is far superior in other areas for which she is better suited. I think that it's a heavy load to deal with this, and I think we're at our cap. So we still want to be able to offer food services. The dream scenario would be that we would have a district person in our food bank facility on the days that we deliver food bank services. If somebody is coming to pick up food bank issues and Tricia notices something, they can make that direct connection, or they can go on their own will. And it may mean that for the first little while, nobody talks to anybody. The trust level will grow as there's more repetitive interaction and obvious staff people that are able to help, pass out flyers, whatever it takes. But no, I wouldn't, if it's the will of the CEO, I wouldn't encourage Tricia to become more trained in this area.
Okay, thank you. And just wanted to clarify that Trish is a communications specialist as opposed to the food bank administrator as her role, and she does the food bank as an add-on to her other responsibilities.
That's correct.
And really what we're asking for is the district to become re-engaged in helping deal with the counter and the issues with the community at large.
Through your worship, yes, that is correct, but with a small caveat that says the municipality will not be involved in logistics. Often what happens is a call that there's no illusion that the district is willing to help residents in our area, but the disconnect is the amount of staff time that has to go towards getting a simple meeting to occur that takes away from what the intention of Tricia's commitment to the food bank is. And there just is not enough time in the day to be able to manage all of this.
Thank you for the clarifications.
I think that this thing is almost simple. And what I mean by that is district is responsible for providing social services, not the township. Full stop. District receives money from the province to provide social services. The township does not. District is not doing their job. The township is, to the extent they can. And so to me, I'm 1,000,000% in favor of this motion asking staff to pursue District of Muskoka to provide continued, well, no, to provide, forget continued, because they've dropped the ball. I think it's important to understand, and I'm going to use the example of Simcoe County to our south. Every time there's a food bank open in Simcoe County, anywhere, everywhere, I'm told that a county social services employee is in attendance. Because they know that that is one place where many of those folks who need social services go. They go to a food bank because that's one of the challenges they face. And to me, the simplest thing for the district to do would be once every second week for half a day, when the food bank is open, to have somebody at the food bank there to listen, to help, to direct, to assist, whatever word you want to use, the clientele of the food bank who require additional social services. I would go one step further. If the district's not willing to do that, then let's have the district pay us a significant portion of our taxes that we pay to them to compensate us for the fact that the province is paying them to provide a service that they are not providing, and give us the resources to go find somebody who can provide those services, because we are part of the district. They like to tell us that, but that means we should be getting the services that the district is mandated by the province to deliver. Yeah, I'm a little opinionated about this. I don't think it's fair, and that's being very gentle. I think it's actually, I'm very frustrated by what our staff, and in particular Ms. Walton, is subjected to. I mean, I hate to think of the guilt trip that's laid on her on a regular basis because she can't respond to the requests, the reasonable requests that are put in front of her, because that's not her bailiwick. And I think in fairness to her, we should pass this motion, which is, and I'm going to read the motion. Be it resolved that council directs staff to pursue the district of Muskoka to provide continued social services support for residents in the township of Georgian Bay, and that the social services be offered in person, hybrid, online, in tandem with the Port Severn food bank hours for residents by district of Muskoka staff independently. To me, and obviously I'll open it up for a second round discussion for those who want to, but to me, I'll be very disappointed if we don't vote for this unanimously and get district to step up to the table. So I'm going to go Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Worship. And I have absolutely no concerns getting and asking that district be accountable for what is their responsibility and what they receive funding for, and the services that they have articulated they would offer us in return for our cost sharing model, or revenue sharing model rather. But I am concerned with regards to the one comments with regards to, in the earlier SCAG motion, which is that staff investigate options of social services and then identify the three. To staff, how much time realistically are we looking at here? Is this going to be something that's going to impact our work plans? Is this going to be something that takes away from perhaps investigating, bin selections and or bin sites at local marinas? So how much time is going to be involved, or how much time do you forecast being involved in this particular endeavor? Thank you.
Through your worship, to clarify, we don't want to spend any time on this. That's why we're here. This has been creeping into an unofficial work plan just by virtue of the fact that the patrons of the food bank are getting access to a staff member, and for which they think all of their problems can be solved. So initially it's creeping in. We're asking it to be full stop effective today, where we no longer are participating in this, so that we can go back to focusing on what is in our work plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I can certainly sense the frustration. I don't blame you. And I just would make one recommendation that Councillor Bocek, who unfortunately isn't here at the moment, actually sits on the committee that would be hearing about this matter. So we might want to make a suggestion, maybe an aside or as part of this resolution, that Councillor Bocek help champion this at his committees. He's on the committee that reviews this. So just a suggestion, a political one. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to pursue the district of Muskoka to provide continued social services support for residents in the township of Georgian Bay, and that the social services be offered in person, hybrid, online, in tandem with the Port Severn Food Bank hours for residents by district and Muskoka staff independently. All those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you. And now into new business. I see bylaw fire department here. If you wouldn't mind coming forward and giving us a quick background, and then we'll go to Councilor Graziano to give us the more recent. Sorry. Oh, with apologies. Per our clerk, we have to reconsider a SCAG motion. So this is the one that was pulled this morning. And it was moved by Councillor Bochek, so we're going to have to change that. So we'll go to Jarvis. Second by Councillor Predko. And it read, be resolved, the Council adopts April 28, 25 Sustainability Communities Advisory Committee Resolution SCAG 2025-01, SCAG 2025-02, SCAG 2025-03, 04, and 05 is circulated. And we don't have to read them all. Okay. Okay. So we're going back to, because I thought we just, okay, that's the whole item. Okay. All right. So all those in favor of the SCAG resolutions that were part of the consent agenda this morning? Okay. All right. Well, I got enough votes and I say that is carried. Thank you. All right. Now, the first item is reimbursement of fire response charges. So we're going to ask the fire department to give us a quick overview of what happened, and then Councilor Graziano to follow that with the next chapter, if I can put it that way, in this.
So thank you. So through the mayor, we wanted to provide some context surrounding this fire department call for council to consider before the discussion. So this call started, fire was dispatched for an unattended and out of control fire. The fire was called in by a local resident and was located on the township road allowance and Pratt's Road area. The fire, when staff arrived, was 20 feet by 30 feet and spreading pretty quickly toward a boathouse. Fire was called at 18:07 hours with 7 firefighters responding from stations 1 and 3, with 2 trucks that attended the scene where firefighters used 800 gallons of water from our pump 1 and then had to set up a forestry pump to fully extinguish this fire. By the end of the call, including the cleanup and setting back all the things back onto the trucks, crews were off duty at 20-30 hours. So this charge for the $559.86 was combined amount of rescue number 3 and pump number 1, which were the vehicles that went to the call. So that was about half, a little less than half, what staff could have charged, because it took us that much time to actually, knock down the fire and have it all out. So thus is the taxpayer will pay that difference. So that's kind of what the summary of the situation is. But if we have more questions, Chad and I are here to help.
Thank you very much. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And through you, I had received a phone call from a concerned constituent, not the recipient of the infraction and or the fine, who had lived on the cul-de-sac in which this particular burn had occurred. That person informed me at the time that this was an annual burn that the residents did annually. And it consisted of leaves and tree materials that they collectively would gather and burn off every year. My understanding was that it is a collective event with residents, coming together to do it and also to pay attention and oversee the fire. And this has been an ongoing event for many years with no issues ever at hand. Upon receiving this phone call, it was also advised to me that Mr. Denny was dumbfounded as to how he was identified as the recipient of this and why he received the fines that he did, given that it wasn't on his property. In speaking with Mr. Denny, unfortunately, he is going on in his years. I believe he's fully retired pensioner, and I think he's close to 80, if not over 80. He is not savvy with technology, He doesn't own a phone that is technically advanced. In fact, his ex-wife had to email me a summary of what had happened because he just doesn't know how to use emails. Further, he sought to appeal this issue. I guess at the time it fell on the postal strike, and as a result, he was unable to correspond with staff. He came in, had a conversation with counter staff, if memory serves me correctly, at which point he felt that it was unhelpful and that there was no appetite for any consideration with regards to a lesser charge. He had asked staff to bring this forward in our CIP, at which point I believe there was some correspondences with regards to some questioning around this being in our CIP as well, unbeknownst to myself and not seeing this unfortunately in the CIP. And so the request was, given his age, given the fact that this would do and bring forward undue hardship through financial means, given that he's a pensioner and can't afford the fines, the local residences were concerned. I received, as I mentioned, an initial call, not from him, nor his ex-wife, rather, through a local neighbor. Concerned at the costs associated with the fines and the fact that this has been an ongoing situation with the community collectively does. My thought process was that bylaw would likely communicated this with the neighbors, perhaps educated them on proper burns and before issuing $1,000 worth of tickets. So with regards to this motion, the intent here is to try to recuperate some of his costs. Maybe even go so far as to educate the neighbors at the end of the cul-de-sac as to what's appropriate, when they can do it, when they can't. Given that the District of Muskoka recently has confirmed that I guess our transfer stations are not taking debris material from the deadfall that we've seen over the icing in the winter months, residents are going to be confronted with a bit of an issue with regards to what they can do. And for all those reasons, I'm hoping that Mr. Denny at least can be brought back to some costs that council so wills, and that we understand and be somewhat sympathetic to the fact that he can't afford these fines. That said, that's not an admission for him to be able to go and burn with impunity. And this is why I'm hoping that, as per bylaws, past comments that they tend to educate first, fine later, that maybe we can take that approach with Mr. Denny and his neighbors, and we can collectively come together as a municipality and show the neighbors how they can burn their debris safely and without any issues from the fire department. So that's the context there. The whereases are clear. The final of that will likely apply to the subsequent new business motion, which is the potential for providing some sort of consideration through the AMPS process after the window of appeal or the appellate window has lapsed. So over to council to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper. Other council wish to comment? Oh, while you're thinking about it, I have real concern with this, quite frankly, because if I understand it correctly, there was a 20 by 30 foot fire that was burning. I presume Mr. Denny's property was the closest property to the fire?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And I also understand that from what I heard from Councillor Graziano, that this was I'll call it a neighborhood fire, not just a Mr. Denny fire, but if that description is correct. But what I understand is there was a large fire burning out of control close to a boathouse. From the one photograph I think that was a boathouse or a shed or something nearby.
That's correct. Yeah. Unattended.
Unattended. And quite frankly, if people are responsible for a fire unattended that was out of control and about to do further damage to the nearby properties, that's a problem. And I think the fact that Mr. Denny frankly, I'm not that concerned about his financial circumstances. in that I don't want to give a buy. The less money you have, the more you're free to set fires and not be penalized. Doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. I also wonder if this was truly a community fire, why didn't the neighbors step up and say, oh crap, somebody dropped the ball here. It's not necessarily Mr. Denny's fault. Here, I'll put $100 in. Here, I'll put $100 in. To me, we, the township, the general population, should not be the one bailing him out if any bailing out is appropriate. Because what about all the rest of the neighbors that are burning their stuff? So I have a real difficulty with this. I mean, I've never met Mr. Denny. I've never talked to him to the best of my knowledge. So this is nothing personal for or against the individual. But I also understand that the fines issued and the charges were less, probably half of what they could have been. And therefore, you know, consideration was taken under the circumstances. And therefore, I don't think, and I understand he has paid them. So to me, if anybody should be reimbursing any or helping him cover any of it, I would say it would be the neighbors who A, contributed to the fire, and B, weren't attending. Because to me, if it's a neighborhood fire, you could probably come up with whatever, a handful of participants, none of them were attending. Maybe all 5 of them, and I'm making the number 5 up because I have no idea how many people are participating. Maybe all 5 of them are guilty of not attending the fire. So my gut reaction, whatever you want to call it, is that I don't think it's appropriate for us to refund our costs and our fines in regards to a fire that was clearly dangerous and clearly required hours of our staff and equipment to put out. Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you for clarifying my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that, and through you, so reinforce that. I think in many respects, whenever we have to deal with law enforcement, I believe the excuse that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And in this case, I think that's what we're looking at to a certain extent. My earlier correspondence when this came up in the CIP, the responses I got, I felt were satisfactory. And I'm sorry, there's a huge charge that somebody that perhaps is not in a great position to pay it had to pay off, but somebody had to know that this was the wrong thing to do, and therefore I'm in agreement. If the neighbors feel that they were partly responsible, they should perhaps pitch in and reimburse Mr. Denny some of the money he said to forfeit as a result of the charges. But I'm in agreement with the way it was originally set up, and I don't see any reason to change what we've done. And thanks to emergency services for dealing with that situation.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question with regards to this particular matter to bylaw. How was it identified that Mr. Denny was the intended recipient? How did you determine that he was at fault for this?
That would be through the bylaw enforcement investigation that was conducted by the officer. That's about all I can offer for that at this time.
Okay, so we don't have any information pertaining to how you came to the determination that Mr. Denny was in fact responsible for it?
We do as staff, but I don't feel it's appropriate to voice that in open council. I don't feel it's fair to the complainant who got us there and the information that we gathered in our investigation.
Fair. Okay. I can appreciate that because according to Mr. Denny, he advised that it's just because he was the only one home at the time watching out for the fire that he was made to have to pay the fine and felt it was inappropriate. I'm looking at a picture dated 3/19/2025 sent by our CAO to council in which it identifies the burn location. Is it safe to say it was almost exactly middle of the way between a dock and what looks to be like a steel roofed boathouse? Is that correct?
Correct. That's the boathouse that we're referring to. Yeah.
And is the boathouse also cladded, it looks like on the side, by some kind of material other than wood?
It may have been, but I believe like our staff seeing that if the fire was left unattended as it was and continued to grow, it doesn't matter the size, there could still be damage to the siding, the building, etc. That's not.
I'm also looking at the burn. So there was a second photo that's taken from ground level, and you can see the ash remnants, and it doesn't look like it's a relatively large sized burn diameter from what I can see here. Normally in a fire, I'm assuming you would see if it was a hot fire, the burn diameter to be essentially the outer perimeters of what it would look, and there'd be ash surrounding it. So from what I'm seeing here, it doesn't look like a relatively large fire. In fact, I think I've probably seen larger ones on the island based on what I'm seeing here. So is this an accurate reflection of the actual fire that was there? It looks like it's on top of what seems to be Muskoka rock, with some gravel driveway as well, and quite a few leaves that are unburned around it. Is that correct?
That's correct, because our crews extinguished the fire, and that size is obviously hard to tell by photographs. It's hard. It's the person that we talked to the crews. They were there. They told us what the size was.
Okay, because I was
know what they're
under the
seeing.
understanding that this was moving, and I would assume that the leaves in the surrounding areas would have been burnt as well if it was moving.
Absolutely, if fire wasn't there to put it out, for sure.
Okay, so you preempted. You got ahead of the actual fire progressing beyond its original size. Okay, I understand. And so what I'm seeing here is a very small burn pit, and thank you for that. And again, I think that these were shared with council, and it looks from the aerial view that's probably in the most ideal location between two structures and right beside water, which I would assume is probably more beneficial than more inwards inland. Is that correct?
The only problem is it's township property.
So that's the problem. It was
No,
eroded.
And it was left
Unattended fire,
unattended.
that is the
Yeah.
problem.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The burning bylaw allows you to burn a fire on your property.
Okay.
So when you apply for a burn permit, you're saying you're burning on that property. But if you're on adjacent lands that are owned by somebody else or the township, you can't burn on it.
One last question, if I may. I can see a structure to the left of the aerial view, to the left of the boathouse. It looks like a residence and or Mr. Denny's property. Is there a structure there that's kind of looking towards the fire? Could you determine whether or not he had a field of view or a clear view of the fire at the time? Okay, so you couldn't determine whether or not he was in fact watching.
When crews were on site, nobody was there. So even when they were actively putting the fire out, no one came out. So it's unattended. If you are not standing right there with that fire, it's considered unattended.
Okay, because
And at
I
this
have
point,
Mr.
we're
Denny saying that he
discussing
did.
the actual fee for the services provided by fire, which was what they did.
Okay, I understand. Because according to Mr. Denny's recollection, he had come out and addressed the fire department. But okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I hate litigating the issue all the way through here, but I do have some questions, and it kind of relates to responsibility. Were you able to poll the neighbors, discuss with the neighbors, and confirm that a group burn is a normal thing?
The problem is our burning bylaw. It's an individual or a property owner. When you do a group burn, I guess that's bringing it onto somebody's property. And I guess we didn't discuss a group burn, but where they had it located obviously was not the right place.
Okay, I get that, and I guess what I'm struggling with here is one story is it's a group burn. It's done every year. It's done on this land. It's probably the best place to have a fire. But we haven't, doesn't sound like we've corroborated the story of it's a community thing and it's a regular thing. And if it's on the wrong property, that's a problem. I agree. Shouldn't be there. But we all know that up in cottage country here, people do things they're not supposed to, and then somebody gets caught, and they have new learnings that cause them to do things differently in the future. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is, have verified the message, the story? Because when I hear the story of multiple neighbors and, the mayor said, well, if the neighbors participated, they should be stepping up. Well, nobody wants to get caught by bylaw or police and forced to pay fines. So I can see why neighbors might not step forward, even though they may have been part of a group burn scenario. And I would hate to see us having done this enforcement without considering all the other threads of the scenario. And so, go ahead.
Sorry, through your worship, that's all a piece of the bylaw puzzle. So that investigation and due diligence was done by the officer at the time, but that's not something, again, I can share in open council. Those discussions and the explanation was had that that's township property. There were other neighbors that were spoken to, but that's, again, not something I'm going to go into at this time. Okay, so staff did their due diligence. They were spoken about. They were confident when we laid these charges, and even if not, that's where the bill was sent. That's what we're talking about today. But that investigation, the back end communication, was done by bylaw, and that's what I was referring to when I was speaking to Mr. Graziano earlier.
So I am to conclude from what you just said that staff did investigate all these different threads and invalidated all of those threads before laying charges.
We felt
in other words, it was not a group burn, and Mr. Denny was the only person possibly in the area doing the burning, and he was not watching it occasionally out his window, keeping an eye on it. So I mean, what I'm hearing from you is all of that has been overturned, if you will, by the investigator.
The question in front of us, yes, is not to be the court of law determining whether or not Mr. Denny is guilty. The question is whether or not we should be refunding the fines paid by Mr. Denny that were assessed through our fire department and our bylaw officers.
I know, but in order to do that, what you're asking us is to essentially be a jury to hear the evidence and then come up with an opinion. And what I'm saying is, I've heard one side of the story from Councillor Graziano. I've heard a different story from bylaw. And what I think I just heard from bylaw is that they in fact did do all of that other investigating, and they concluded that those were not factors to change their opinion of filing. And is that a fair statement?
So I spoke to Mr. Denny when he came in and submitted his letter to the CIP along with Shelley and Karina at that time. And through my conversation with him about submitting his request through the CIP process and what that process would look like and how that would unfold, at no point did he express concern that he was not guilty. It was all about a refund for the fines. That was his concern, was getting his money back. It wasn't about whether he did it or didn't do it. Do you know? So well, he wasn't expressing concern that he wasn't at fault for it at that time. His concern was just he didn't think he should have to pay the fine, not that he wasn't guilty. So the question today and the question that he asked was about refunding it, not that he was incorrectly investigated.
Understood, but in the concept of jurors, if we don't think he's guilty, then we would vote to refund the money. But if we think he's guilty, then we would not. And all I'm trying to do is assess from the information gathered on the scene, was he of a state that one could say he was essentially guilty of doing something that he shouldn't have been doing, or was it in fairness a group situation and he was caught because he came out and volunteered to interact with staff, with fire department? I mean, if that was the case, if he was caught because he volunteered to come out and talk when other people had been involved, then I'd say we caught somebody by accident, and maybe we should be lenient. But if that's not the case, then
yeah. Sorry, Mayor Kritz, I know Ms. King was looking at me. Council, you have a group of dedicated bylaw officers that do investigations day in, day out. Bylaw is informing council that they have found the individual who carried out this burn without a permit, without looking at, without keeping an eye on the uncontrolled fire. Yes, council has heard a version from a member of council who's advocating for this individual and who's asked some very specific forensic auditing questions about the fire. But at the end of the day, they did an investigation. They found the individual to be responsible. The responsible came here. The individual responsible came here, paid, did not say, what are you guys doing charging me? I didn't do this. I have nothing to do with this. He paid. What he's wanting to now is to get some money back. And bylaw has already charged half of the cost to the township. So if we're to provide free burn suppression services, then let's pass a bylaw today.
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, really interesting comments here, I have to say. You know, there's some merit with respect to Councillor Hazelton's comments around trying to understand what had occurred here. But our goal here is not to undermine the appeal process, and I want to emphasize that it's to ensure that those who face extraordinary circumstances like hardship or accessibility barriers are not penalized beyond reason. Just because a person came and paid, so he didn't incur additional penalties, doesn't infer his guilt. Just because he came and said, hey, I'm giving you this money, but I will seek means in which to try to receive some kind of monies back, doesn't mean that he is guilty. I have to pay my parking tickets and my speeding tickets and then hope that I can recuperate costs through the process. He, unfortunately, during his process, had a mail strike. He couldn't attend, he couldn't deal with the things. He wasn't technically savvy to go online and do what he needed to do. So again, we're not trying to undermine the bylaw process, the investigation. We're not saying that the fire was right or wrong. We're not trying to determine guilt here, whether the complainant happened to see Mr. Denny throw some leaves on and that's the last person they saw, or if they saw 5 other people. That's not the question here. It is whether or not our bylaws, which do identify means in which to give back due to extraordinary circumstances like hardship or accessibility, is applicable in this context. And that is what we are trying to do. And that's what the intent of this motion is to say, hey, look, he will have to pay his $400 amps cost regardless. That's not going to get washed. But the $500 charge for the fire truck to show up, perhaps we can offer him that back. So this way there's a little bit of a learning slap on the hand here. But at the same time, we are looking and considering his request based on our very own bylaws, which say if he fits this criteria, then he could and should be offered some sort of relief. And that's what this is all about. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to read the motion. Yeah, Councillor Jarvis, I put you as a seconder simply because Councillor Volchek disappeared. So, I volunteered you as a seconder because Councillor Volchek. Okay. Moved by Councillor Graziano, sent by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas Ronald Denny, a resident of Pratt's Road, was invoiced $559.86 under the township's fees and charges bylaw for fire response services, and $400 under the AMPS bylaw for failure to supervise a fire. And whereas Mr. Denny cooperated fully with township staff, took responsibility for the incident, and paid all related charges without delay. And whereas the AMPS charge was delivered during a postal strike, and Mr. Denny may not have had reasonable opportunity to appeal within the designated time frame. And whereas council recognizes the value of upholding enforcement measures while also exercising compassion, discretion, fairness in unique first-time incidents where no damage or harm resulted. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to reimburse Ronald Denny in the amount of $559.86 for fire response costs incurred in 2023 under the fees and charges bylaw.
Excuse me, Makutia. The staff actually mailed the information by Purelator, so the fact that there's a postal strike is irrelevant to this issue.
Okay. Okay. No, I mean,
How
there's
is he
a
gonna
couple
respond?
other particular lines that we could debate, but I want to get this going along. And now, okay, now therefore, direct staff to reimburse for all in the amount of $559.86 for fire response costs incurred in 2024 under the fees and charges bylaw. And the council directs staff to explore and report back at the June 2025 council meeting on whether it is legally permissible to offer goodwill offset or equivalent credit for the $400 AMPS penalty issued to Mr. Ronald Denny in recognition of his inability to file an appeal due to a concurrent postal service disruption and his limited connectivity familiarity with the internet, including alternative submission methods.
Your worship, I'm going to ask for a registered vote, please. Thank you.
It's confusing. It says,
In the last paragraph, he wants staff to look into the possibility of another ballot.
Which is actually hand in glove with the next new business motion that we're going to be discussing.
oh, there's another motion.
Yes, subsequent to this one, we're going to be discussing one that looks at potentially offering something afterwards. And that's what I prefaced at the onset of it.
I'm not obviously listening carefully.
So the 559.86 is looking to
What
be
was that
reimbursed.
question at the moment? The 559 is?
Yes.
Is that
That
correct?
is correct. Of the $1,000 worth of charges, correct.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show it's a tie vote, 3-3. The motion is defeated.
Thank you. Okay. Next is amendment to policy 2024-002 AD AMPS conflict of interest policy. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And carrying forward from our earlier conversation, this motion is to seek an amendment to our policy, specifically in that it allows, at the discretion of our staff and screening officers, the ability for them to apply some sort of relief after the appeal period has expired. So if in the event that there's extraordinary circumstances that need to be reconsidered, that they have the ability to be able to consider that after the appellate period is over, such as mail strikes, postal strikes, which again, I think we're looking at upcoming if it hasn't already been negotiated, in other circumstances such as major winter storms and so on and so on. So, I mean, there's endless amounts of possibilities that could prohibit a person from being able to make it and file for an appeal. And so this is to add to our current bylaw by allowing screening and the AMPS officers to make a decision on whether or not to apply additional relief after the appellate period has concluded. Thank you.
All right. Staff, response, please.
So thank you, through the mayor. I would like to take the opportunity to explain some of the policies the township has currently implemented, as I believe they address the request that's in this new business item. So when an AMPS penalty notice, so the charge is laid for a violation of the bylaw, the person has 15 days once in receipt of that penalty notice, which means there's time periods for mailing and if it's posted on site, depending on the delivery method, which is all within our bylaw. So they can request that screening review 15 days once received. Once this 15 days has lapsed, the township has a policy 2024-004 AD, which is an extension of time request for a hearing or screening review. This policy allows for the person who has been issued the penalty notice an additional 30 days, so 45 days total, since the penalty is issued, to request an extension of time for having a hearing officer or a screening officer review the penalty. When reviewing this request, there are certain criteria that this must meet in order for this to be permitted. So the person must demonstrate mitigating and extenuating circumstances, like Mr. Graziano mentioned. So these would be, not an excuse of the offense, more just mercy of the people reviewing them so that they can make that decision, and usually are provided with proof of, evidence, medical records, plane tickets, whatever that looks like. So the person has to provide the documentation to justify the mitigating and extenuating circumstances, and the decision is made at the sole discretion of the director, which is the Director of Emergency Services. Since we've implemented AMPS, the director has received and reviewed 2 requests for extension of times. One was granted and one was denied. I did speak with the City of London and the City of Peterborough, and it was confirmed that their programs have the same policies and procedures that we have implemented here, so they don't have any extra time other than the extension of time requests that we already have implemented. I got it back here. So an amendment to the conflict of interest policy isn't required because this extension of time already exists and allows that screening and hearing officers under this discretion of the director to review those AMPS or penalty notices as required. Before this framework was passed in front of council, it was reviewed by our prosecutor, who is also, he has 32 municipalities that he prosecutes for, and he's also a hearing officer for many large municipalities, and we took any of and all of his suggestions to our program and implemented them. So this was not something he knew of and said that we should implement, and we didn't. This is what everyone has. This is what we have currently. So I hope that answers the question, but if there's more, we're here to work through it.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions? Councilor Graziano, is that a new hand?
It is a new hand,
Go
Your
ahead,
Worship.
please.
Thank you. In with regards to the AMPS process, as bylaw had provided us, and it's my understanding is that it takes it's 45-day from the initial fine being issued to the very last moment that they could interact and seek an appeal. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
once they've received it.
How long was our postal strike, this past postal strike?
I'm not aware of the timelines, but during the postal strikes, any penalty notices that were issued during that time, which there wasn't many, we either posted on site and then we mailed it back up via Purelator, and we tracked them to make sure they were received or not.
And how does the response come back to the municipality? So you send a notice via Purelator, but the respondent, who is the recipient of the fine, has to respond. Is that correct?
They can put it in through our website or mail it in or deliver it, hand deliver it. They
Okay,
could call
so-
staff and look for alternative delivery methods for sure.
I'm just going to give you a hypothetical scenario. So if mail's not an option, okay, and they're not technically savvy, so much so that they don't own a laptop, a computer, a smart device. Let's say they're older in years, in the 80s, and really weren't from the generation that knew how to get online. And let's say, for all intents and purposes, something were to occur, a major blizzard or an illness that had them seeking medical attention, and the 45 days had elapsed. What would happen in that situation, that hypothetical situation?
Once the 45 days has lapsed, once that extension of time request has lapsed, there's no alternatives.
So they would have to pay regardless.
They have to get it in with that time period, and that's the same with every AMPS program.
Are you
that I've
familiar with
been
the
yeah.
provincial court system?
Yep.
There's a means in which you can reopen a case even though the appellate period has lapsed.
Absolutely.
And we don't have that here. Through
Not
the
with
AMPS
AMPS,
process.
no.
So when you say that no other municipality offers it, the province in fact does, and the judicial system in fact offers this very situation where you can reopen a case even though the window of time has lapsed, correct?
So when I mentioned that no other AMPS policy is in place for that, that's what I meant, not POA, not provincial offenses issues, it's AMPS
So it's
programs.
just strictly the AMPS framework, and that's perhaps, for whatever reason, I'm not going to speculate, but provincially, the judicial system does offer this.
Yep.
Okay. And is the AMPS system is modeled after the judicial system? I'm assuming it is. So in that hypothetical situation, it's safe to conclude that the person, unfortunately, would now have a means of which to seek relief. And this is what I think the intent of this particular motion is to seek, is to give you the authority at your discretion, or whoever the screening officer would be, to allow for that consideration and to seek an opportunity to allow for an applicant to at least request relief based on those circumstances. I think it's unfair that perhaps a person doesn't have that at their discretion, especially with an aging population that we have, and the lack of online capabilities that some in our municipality have. And even so, I mean, a lot of our constituents are off the grid. Some of them don't even have access to internet because of Starlink issues and wait times and so on and so on. So thank you very much.
Any other comments? Councillor Hazelton.
Question for bylaw enforcement. If someone were to receive a notice of violation, do you have a phone number on there that they could call in?
Through the mayor, absolutely. The rear of the ticket is just like a parking ticket. So it has our mailing address, it has our phone numbers, just like any of our, our notices. We always send notices attaching if we haven't spoken to the person directly, so they don't understand why that, fine is being issued, or they need more clarification. We always attach them with letters. And when we send a notice telling them they're late, that they've missed that time, they're now due, we send those options for them available. Yeah.
So in the circumstance of technology challenges and postal strikes,
yeah,
someone could pick up the phone, assuming
absolutely.
they know what a phone is,
yeah.
Landline or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? But they could call in and request? Could they request an extension to time because of personal hardships? Would you acknowledge that?
Yeah, it'd be up to the discretion of the director, but it's all within that policy, those extenuating circumstances. So that's their decision. But absolutely, if there's someone to call here and they had that and they weren't able to do that, we would help them work through that and fill the form out with them or meet them at their house, whatever that looks like. We're very willing to accommodate someone who's not able to go through the internet because not everyone can, right?
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas policy 2024-002-AD, the township's AMPS conflict of interest policy does not currently provide screening officers with authority to review, reduce, or cancel penalties after the formal appeal period has expired. And whereas municipalities across Ontario, including but not limited to the City of London and City of Peterborough, permit screening officers to exercise discretion in reviewing post-appeal requests for reconsideration under similar circumstances. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has established criteria in bylaw 2024-005-AD that identifies reasonable grounds for penalty relief due to accessible limitations, financial hardship, and technological barriers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council directs staff to prepare an amendment to policy 2024-002-AD AMPS conflict of interest to allow a screening officer to review and, where appropriate, reduce or cancel an AMPS penalty after expiration of the appeal window if the fine recipient applies for consideration and aligns with the criteria outlined in bylaw 2024-005-AD.
There's multiple policies.
Okay, I apologize. And that the proposed amendment be brought forward to council's consideration no later than July 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. All those in favor? Okay, then all those against? And that is defeated. Thank you. All right. We got a few minutes to go through a couple of bylaws and then we don't have to do an extension. The first one is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-037 MLEO summer appointments. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2025-038 to confirm the proceedings of the May 5, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And be it resolved that council is now adjourned at 4:21 p.m. until June 2, 2025 at 9 a.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? Yes, before.
No, it's on tomorrow's agenda.
You're getting ahead of yourself, sir. All those in favor? All right, so now it's 4:22. And that is carried. We are adjourned. You can save that for tomorrow.